All right, welcome in, guys. This is your 2024 NFL Draft with Emerald City Fandom. Both Justin and Sam joining me tonight. I'm Connor, and we got a fun night ahead of us. So thank you for everyone, the 10 immediate viewers that we have. Thank you for joining in. I'm sure we'll have more trickle in as the night goes along, but in for a fun night here. NFL Draft is in Detroit this year, as they're kind of doing this new system where they're kind of so that each city is able to kind of host the draft as and making their way around the NFL. Last year, I think it was in Vegas. Is that right? Can't
I don't
remember if it was
know.
last year or the year before.
The only one that comes to mind for me is like Nashville,
Yeah.
Vegas.
Nashville. Okay, was that last year? That
I don't
might
know
have
if it
been.
was last year, but the only reason I remember is because didn't they threaten to like cut down a bunch of cherry blossom trees that have been there for like 100 years to make
Oh,
way
did
for
they?
their outdoor stage? I think it was like
Yeah,
not
there was
one
a
of the Trump one.
crap ton of people there. Yeah, just like
Yeah.
this one.
I'm not
it
sure.
looks like.
Yeah. So it looks like it's well attended. Obviously, the Lions and their fans are out in full force tonight. Be interesting to see what they do at the end of the draft, but obviously they have a pretty strong team coming back. Lions are an interesting one. Like, just before we get started here, just because we shat on the Lions last year during this live episode, and we should all eat some crow, I think, to begin this year's episode, because we were wrong. I mean, we were wrong. Those two picks, I think you could still argue, were bad value picks, and I think we'd all probably still agree with that. But both Jahmyr Gibbs at 12 and then Jack Campbell in the teens, I can't remember if it was like 18 or something like that. Both made big impacts in their first year as rookies on that team, and had a huge part in them doing that in their playoff run this year. So,
Not to mention their second round pick was pretty good too, right?
yeah, Sam Laporta, just to add to that, yeah, for sure. So Justin will be all over that with his dynasty roster as well. So we got a fun night. Obviously, we're gonna attack this from all angles. We got some Huskies that are gonna get drafted tonight. Got some Seahawks that are going to get drafted. Got a Seahawk that we think is going to get drafted tonight. So we'll, attack it from that angle as well. And we'll have some Dynasty banner as well, too, probably throughout, because we're all in a Dynasty league together. I know that there's probably some of our league members that are also watching this stream or will be watching this stream throughout the night as well. So welcome in those guys. Throughout the show, if you guys have questions, comments, takes, please post them. We're definitely going to have. We'll do the reveal in a second. we're definitely going to have a contest, which I'll have one of the guys maybe talk about here in a second, for a giveaway for one of these bad boys. If you haven't noticed, we got some merch. We got some merch. We're not like actively selling it or like promoting
Yes, we
it
are.
really at this point.
$150.
Yeah, $150 per pop. Yeah. But if anyone wants or is interested in one, obviously we can get you one. Just need to know your size and address and all that sorts of stuff. So most of you guys know us. You can probably just text us or call us or whatever. But if all else fails, you can message me on Twitter as well, or any of us on Twitter. Sam's got his handle there at Emerald City Fandom, or at Emerald Fandom, I think, is the Twitter handle for our main Twitter as well. And then Justin's got his own Twitter as well. So message us on those mediums if you can't get a hold of us. But I've talked too much already. Let's introduce the guys. Let's start with Sam tonight. Sam, how you doing, sir? How's fatherhood treating you? And yeah, excited for tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I've been looking forward to this for a long time. I mean, I think we all have done just a ton of research into this draft for our own like fantasy football reasons, which we'll kind of talk about a little bit more. But even just having the local Huskies, I mean, we could potentially see 3 in the first round. Like almost for sure, we're going to see 2. Be interesting to see what the Seahawks do. So like, it's a very exciting draft, and like, there's part of me that has felt like so much hype and blown smoke to build this up from the media. Like, oh, this team's trading to 3, this team's trading to 12. Like, it's going to be pandemonium. I was buying into that for a little bit, but the more the closer we've gotten to this and like all the iterations of my mock draft, the more I think it's just going to be like straightforward. So I'm really excited. Like Connor mentioned, yeah, fatherhood's going great. Jane's been an easy baby. Although if you do hear her crying, she's been sleeping all day. So she's going to be pretty fired up. And, if the Seahawks are sitting there at 16 and Troy Fautanu's on the board and they pass, she's going to lose her shit and you're going to hear about it. But yeah, I'm feeling a little bit under the weather. So if you hear some rogue sniffles or coughs, I apologize. I'll try to hit the mute button and not be that guy with the disgusting noises into the mic. But I'm sipping on a hottie toddy to start the day. And then I've got a couple of Spokenite beers that were delivered to me for my birthday from my Uncle Tim. So shout out Spokenite Brewery in Spokane. I've got a Citrus Twist Hazy IPA, which is my favorite. He knew that, so that's why he brought it. And then a couple new ones, like a single. I can look at it. It's like a single barrel IPA, and then a Hefeweizen, which I haven't tried of there. So looking forward to that. Justin, how are you doing, and what are you sipping on? You do have a soccer match later today, so I'm very curious to find out what's the beverage of choice for the pregame.
I think you already know what the beverage of choice
High
is.
quality H2O.
Oh my God, the finest from the Cedar River watershed. So I have a
the best.
big old water bottle to go. It's playoffs for our indoor team, so I can't mess around, right? I can't let the team down and be drinking as much as I want to. Like
for the lads,
all my Modelo's that I've had for 4 months in my outside fridge. I got to save it for another day, and I got to be locked in to this draft because, as you said, there are so many scenarios that could happen. I think I told you guys in text before the show that there are 50 different trade scenarios I was coming up with. I could justify and be like, yeah, I could see that happening. But I ultimately ended on not that many, which I know will be wrong. Like, for sure the Seahawks will trade down, right? Like, just as us waiting and getting anticipated for the pick, the Seahawks are going to trade down. So
most likely
not sure what's going to happen. The quarterback, is it smokescreen like last year and Drake May is going to go 2 overall? Is McCarthy going to surprise everyone? That would be the shock. I mean, little hint here. I think McCarthy might be the most overrated quarterback in this draft class. That's kind of a hot take early on here, but
I don't think so. I'm with you, but like national media wise, that's a hot take.
Yeah.
I mean, rewind a month and a half ago, I didn't even feel like McCarthy was a first rounder.
Yeah. I mean,
now they're talking about him at 3.
There's flaws in his game, right? There's flaws in Penix. There's flaws in Nix, but McCarthy talking about all these teams trading up to go get him at 3, at 4. Like, is Arizona really going to trade down and pass up on Marvin Harrison?
No.
Just for another team to get JJ McCarthy. So there's all these storylines to answer your question that you never asked that I've been thinking of, that it just makes this draft so enticing as a viewer. You thought about last year. Last year was super interesting with the quarterbacks and different players. 21 was super interesting because there was Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson and all these quarterbacks that are now busts. But this year, with the sheer amount of quarterbacks, the offensive skill positions, mainly wide receiver.
Yeah. Tackles.
The Huskies for locally, obviously the Seahawks pick. So it's a very enticing draft for us. So we've done our research for sure.
Yeah. I'm feeling pretty dialed in. Speaking of getting dialed in, are we all live? I'm on the ESPN one. And for the listeners at home, if they want to sync up with us, I think we're all watching ESPN, right?
I am personally. Yeah.
I'm on ESPN. Yeah.
Like, what's everybody seeing?
Goodell's on stage right now.
I don't know. It looks like a bunch of lions are on stage shouting stuff. I don't have the audio on, so I
Jared Goff's in the background. I have Roger Goodell on stage.
Jared Goof.
Bengals fans are booing him.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That was me like a second ago, but yeah.
Okay, we might be within a sec. So the previous year, Sam's was like 10 seconds behind Connor.
Yeah, that was when I was like in the Dungeness garage, like beyond the brick wall of hell. Like the chimney was in the way. My Wi-Fi connection was terrible. I think I'm actually ahead of you all right now.
Oh, don't flex on us that hard.
How the turntables.
How the turntables. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, we'll see about that. Let's see how long it lasts.
Who's everybody got going number one to the Bears? If you're a Bears fan, like I don't know if my in-laws, the Herds, are in here or not, but like Chicago Bears got to be pumped. I mean, talk about being set up for success. You've got number 1, number 9. They made some really intriguing moves in the offseason. DeAndre Swift, Keenan Allen. Like, if you're a Bears fan, this is a very exciting day. I think we all assume Caleb Williams is going to go number 1. Connor, you might want to zoom in on that a little bit if you're going to share it. It's like pretty small.
I can do that. Yep. Keep going. You're good.
I was just assuming, like, we all got Caleb, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think it would be shocking if Caleb.
Okay. How about this then? To make it a little bit more intriguing, over under 5 minutes left on the clock when the pick is in.
Under, because this is the NFL draft and they do stupid stuff like
That's
this
so
where they drain the clock and the anticipation for the first pick, not necessarily pick 27, right? But this pick, I think it'll go down for no reason at all. So I'm going to take the under. And the reason the Bears have this pick, remind you, because last year the Panthers traded up to take Bryce Young, right? And they traded, I think it was their first round pick last year, the first round pick this year, and a bevy of other picks. Also, DJ Moore, also a proud Green River football member on our Dynasty League, neither here nor there. And so the Bears trade down. They get finished, I think, 7-10 last season, and they get the first overall because the Panthers sucked that bad because Bryce Young had no support whatsoever. So they're in line to get Caleb Williams.
Panthers don't even have a first round pick this year, and they were the worst team in the league.
Yeah, they're sitting at 33. Big candidate to move up and get a Lad McConkey or someone else at the end of the first round. But yeah, they don't even have a first round pick. And so, anyways, but Caleb Williams, number 1. I think.
How do we feel about Caleb Williams? I mean, they just showed him in the green room. He's got, his pink iPhone, his nails are polished, like the whole thing.
Oh, here we go.
There's just like no. I'm just like curious if anybody's like buying into it or if it's just a different generation. Do you think he's, the whole after the UW game crying in his mom's lap in the stands? Like, I think we all agree from a football on the field perspective, like super special athlete and player, like incredible talent. Is there any bit of you that is concerned about off the field stuff with him at all? Or do you think that's just all media noise?
It's a little media noise, I would say. I mean, there are concerns. There's no slam dunk. I know people say this guy's a slam dunk home run. I don't think you can ever count on that in the NFL draft because there are always risks, but it's the most for sure thing. I mean, he's special player, special talent. I mean, USC's offensive line, he was playing hero ball a lot. That's probably the criticism you hear about him a lot on the field. Off the field, when he jumped into the stands after the UW game, that's a little bit of a weak move. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I mean, it was like, they didn't lose the championship or anything. I guess they're out of the Pac-12 hunt, but it's a little weak. But at the end of the day, you want someone to compete. I don't think the Bears are going to look at that and say he's off.
It's not even close to a big enough flag to overcompensate for the production and the electric talent that he is on the field for sure.
Yeah.
I agree.
Should we dig into this, what we're sharing here?
Yeah, we should. This is the first time some of us are seeing each other's, and it's interesting. Pretty similar for a couple of these picks.
Yeah, it looks like we kind of all have the same thing going on for the first 3 or 4 picks, though I do predict a trade in there.
Connor has a lot of trades.
Let's just say I have a lot of trades going on in this first round. I think there's going to be some madness. I mean, again, like you said, Sam, that like they always like hype up this like, oh, this going to be the craziest draft ever. There's going to be so many moves and trades and stuff like that. And then it usually ends up not really coming to fruition. I do liken this to our draft like 2 years ago where there's going to be just like some surprise trades. And I think one of them is going to be Brandon Ayuk is going to get traded at some point tonight. And the Niners are going to be moving up into the first round somewhere. So whether that's going to be a Jacksonville or a Pittsburgh or does Buffalo kick the tires on that towards the end of the first round, I'm not sure, but I I could see Brandon Ayuk getting traded, kind of like AJ Brown got traded a couple of years ago to the Eagles. So we'll see what happens. It may not just be picks traded tonight, is all I'm saying. I think there might be some players that could be traded. There's been rumors swirling already. I'll just say that.
That would be spicy.
Speaking of AJ Brown, just to cut in, he just signed a 3-year extension worth an average of $32 million a year. So he just got paid.
That's pretty breaking news. And Amon-Ra just got paid a day or two ago.
Yep.
So obviously Ayuk's seeking a new contract, and that's where all this speculation comes from, right? I don't know if the Niners are going to pay that, man.
Oh, Niners, they're looking at that like, say, no, thank you. I'm going to go take a young wide receiver from this draft. At least that's just my prediction.
No, I think you're right on. I think you're spot on. And I think that's probably what John Lynch is thinking in his head. He just hasn't presented that to the public yet. So,
right.
We'll see what happens. That's one of the more interesting storylines that I'm watching tonight, though, is what do the Niners do with Brandon Ayuk? And if he's still a Niner at the end of the night, I think he's going to be a Niner this year. I don't see it happening for a day 2 pick, day 3 pick at this point. Like, he's going to play out that 5th-year option at that point with the Niners. And we'll see if I don't think that they would end up resigning him. He'd probably leave in free agency, but we'll see. I don't know.
Pick is in, boys.
Yeah, it is.
Pick is in. I think we all know what this is going to be. I do want to just tease, guys, that we obviously teased our sweatshirts here. We are going to have a contest tonight. And we'll maybe should we reveal that as we get closer to the Seahawks pick, or should we should probably do it like now?
Yeah. Maybe after this pick.
After this pick.
Yeah.
All right. We'll let this pick come in, and then they're all high-fiving each other like this is a surprise.
Oh, hell yeah, we got our guy.
Oh, man, I can't believe he fell to us at 1.
I can't believe he was there at number 1.
Yeah.
Jesus. Well, good for the Bears. I mean, bad for me and my dynasty team with the whole Justin Fields saga. That does not look so good on the elephants right now, but Bears are turning a new leaf, and we expect this to be Caleb Williams, and that's going to be their quarterback for the next at least several years.
Roger just sauntering.
Rogers
up to the
coming up to the podium.
Well, he has that recent back surgery. He doesn't know if he can give hugs on the podium.
Oh, I didn't hear about that.
I didn't know about that either.
Yeah, I just had back surgery. I was listening to the pre-coverage.
Oh, Caleb Williams. It's official.
All right. It is official. Caleb Williams is a Chicago Bear.
I'll put it in.
And is also a Green River Killer. I think we can go ahead and chalk that one up as well. Might as well just draft him now.
People are so confused hearing that sentence come out of your mouth right there.
Probably, yeah.
I don't think we're revealing team name. Location.
I could have given a little more context there, huh? Just saying the guy's like a
just insinuating he's a serial killer. Yeah,
the next serial killer. Okay, he's not a serial killer.
I found out. I mean, I figured that was the case, but I am about 2 seconds behind you guys, just for future picks. Obviously, this one didn't.
Okay. Yep. I'll make sure that we react.
Nothing egregious, but if there's any shocks down the line,
should have at least this next pick. I feel like we won't be too surprised either, but
you never know. I mean, last year none of us had CJ
totally
Stroud going to.
Totally, and it would be on par for there to be so many leaks about Jaden Daniels going to Washington, and then they take Drake May or JJ McCarthy. That'd be the biggest surprise, I think.
JJ McCarthy would be something.
That'd be
What I mean, so
I was just gonna say before we move off of Caleb Williams, I know everybody, it's like not such a surprise and everything, but like again, as a Chicago Bears fan, like how pumped are you? They have never ever had a star quarterback, not one in like the history of their franchise, not even one. Like. This is a draft that, I mean, it's such a storied, historic franchise. This is the potential of a draft that they'll be talking about in 50 years from now, like 20 years from now. Do you remember the 2024 draft? We got Caleb Williams and whatever happens at their 9th pick.
Yeah.
But, I mean, this is a franchise that has had success, but they have never had a star quarterback, ever. So this is kind of like a monumentous moment, not only for the Bears, but also for the league. for such a storied franchise. To get a player like this in such a big market is really exciting just as an NFL fan.
It's a franchise on the up too. Their defense was really good last year, coming on. If you look at their metrics, I mean, they're right behind the 49ers. They just got Keenan Allen in the offseason. 9. I mean, there's a lot of smoke they could trade down right now. They could get a Malik Neighbors or Rome Odunze if he falls.
Right.
So it's going to be an interesting year in Chicago for sure.
Yeah. This draft class right here is the turning point for that franchise, I think. And
You
know,
hope.
that's what I'm saying. Is the GM is hanging his hat on this draft class, to turn the tides for the Chicago Bears, and if it doesn't, then it's his job on the line. So Ryan Poles is putting his eggs in Caleb Williams' basket, and we'll see what happens at 9 if they end up making that pick or if they trade down. Last point on Caleb Williams, I think Tyler summed it up pretty well here on Caleb Williams. The kid is very talented. I don't think people understand how strange the Gen Z generation is. It's all media noise. The kid can ball, and I think that's kind of like all what we had basically said about him, is that really, really good football player. We're not in that generation, so, and a lot of the media isn't in that generation, so he's obviously going to be portrayed in some kind of way, but I think the kid's going to be a stud. I think he's
you
gonna
win
be really,
games,
really
all that noise goes away.
Yep, totally.
The Bears
That's
have
what it's
that
all
new
about.
stadium proposal too on the lake. It's going to be a dome. I mean, if Caleb
That's
Williams
right.
playing in a dome, it's much better than outdoors in the cold too.
Oh, for sure. And don't think for a second that Chicago franchise is not capitalizing on this moment. Like, season tickets, buy your season tickets here. Come on now.
Yeah.
Let's get a new stadium here.
Yeah.
Right. Totally.
Yeah. All right, Commanders,
All right,
we're down to 3 minutes, 45 seconds.
Yep.
We're all saying this is Jaden. The draft odds swung in his favor to be number 2 significantly over the last 2 to 3 hours. So I think we could all expect this to be El Capitan from LSU.
We're all 2 for 2. We're feeling great, guys, right? Like, I mean, we might not get a pick wrong tonight.
I think the top 4 is pretty chalk, would be my guess.
Decently. It seems like it. It seems like it should be.
Connor has the potential to get a bonus point. I guess maybe
We'll
for
see.
listeners, just to quickly go through that. Our point system in our little competition between the 3 of us is getting the right player in the right draft slot. So Jaden Daniels goes number 2, but another team picks him. We would all still get a point. If you go to number 3, if Drake May goes, we all get a point. But if Drake May goes and Minnesota picked him in part of that trade, Connor would get 2 points for that 3rd pick. So that's kind of how we're dealing with it. And as you can see, Connor has shot his shot on trades. So we'll see if that bold strategy, Cotton, we'll see if it pays off.
I think Minnesota, Drake May is Minnesota's guy. That's who they want to go get, and I think that they're going to shoot their shot. Whether or not New England's going to listen, that's the other question. But
Right.
the connection with the quarterback coach there being his assistant high school coach. Yep. I mean, I think there's just too many ties. I think the talent level's there. I think he would really thrive in that system. I think most quarterbacks would with the Kevin O'Connell system and the receiving core that they have. But before we obviously get to that pick, the Commanders pick is in. So we'll see what happens here. Before this is announced, I do just want to say, all right, we're going to reveal the contest. Whoever is able to correctly guess the Seahawks pick, that includes trades. You can predict a trade, okay, in the first round, or a trade out of the first round, whoever their first pick is going to be, correctly. And the first person to do so, if in the instance of ties, will get a hoodie. Okay, we will that'll come out of the Emerald City Fandom budget. We'll purchase that, no cost to you. We'll ship it to you. Just need a size and a mailing address. So leave your guesses in the comments, and we'll keep track of them throughout the night. I'd say we probably should have a limit, a stop point at some point, probably pick 5. You have to have your guesses in by, because it's obviously going to get easier for people as this draft goes. So I think anytime between now and pick 5, that's probably the next half an hour or so, you can make your guesses, shoot your shot at 16. What the Seahawks are going to pick, or if they're going to trade down, and who they pick if they do trade down. All right, official. Jaden Daniels is a Washington Commander. So we are all 2 for 2 here, and approaching the part where the draft starts to get interesting, but pretty chalky so far. What do you think? What do you guys think about Jaden Daniels? Let's turn to you, Justin, and his fit in the Washington offense and Cliff Kingsbury going there and stuff like that.
I mean, really good thrower of the football. I mean, you see the comps to Lamar Jackson. I say they're a little bit different player for sure, where Lamar was a little stronger as a runner. Jaden Daniels is a much thinner frame. I mean, 200 might be pushing it for how thick he is, but I think he's a really, really good player. And he had NFL talent, though, around him. I mean, Brian Thomas Jr., he had Malik Neighbors. And so how well can he do it with that when he has to dissect and go to multiple reads? I think that's my biggest fear with Jaden Daniels, but obviously tremendous talent, really good player. Washington is an interesting landing spot for him. He has great weapons, but that offensive line scares me for Jaden Daniels and what he's going to have to do. Can he get rushing yards? Absolutely. But is he going to be able to see the field? And the NFL is a lot faster. So I don't know, but I get the pick.
Yeah, I think the thing to add there too, just in terms of the fit with the Commanders, with Cliff Kingsbury being the offensive coordinator and what he was able to do with an athletic mobile quarterback with like Kyler Murray coming in to the league early and just to have an OC that has worked with that kind of scheme, I think Jaden will fit that mold fairly well. Is a nice place to land for him. And I think, just going back to even the days at ASU, I think we all knew that there was talent there, but he just had a hard time really like elevating the players around him. And people forget he's been in college football so long, he threw a touchdown pass to Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah.
Like, that's insane. Speaking of Ayuk, kind of is,
to beat Oregon, by the way.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, it'd be an interesting pick. He's going to have to stay healthy. But yeah, I think it's, especially from a fantasy perspective, if we want to go there, like rushing upside is pretty juicy for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Totally. Yeah, I think it makes sense. I think he's probably a little bit more polished than Drake May at this point in their career.
100%. Yep.
So if they're trying to plug a guy in to play right now, I think it makes a lot of sense.
Jaden Daniels on one of the more older quarterbacks drafted in round 1, though. I think he's 22 and a half or 22.8. I don't know what it is, but he's older.
I saw some graphic that showed like oldest first round quarterbacks. Obviously, number 1 was Brandon Weeden, was like,
I was 28.
But both Daniels, Penix, Nix, like they all would be top 4 or 5 oldest. And obviously that has so much to do with the COVID year of eligibility. And
all right, so, Patriots. All right, Patriots are picking.
Oh, I didn't see that yet.
Pick is in.
Stream must be lagging. Uh-oh.
Yeah, you're talking all this shit about my stream, and look at
I know
I'm lagging behind now.
Like 5 seconds behind now. Yeah,
I need to refresh. Man. Okay, well, I'm already wrong.
Not really. You still get a point if it's the right player.
Yeah, but it still messes up the rest of my draft here.
Sure, it definitely does.
That the trade is not happening.
There was a lot of smoke that the Giants were trying to trade up here.
Yeah. Yep. There was smoke earlier in the week before the Zach Wilson trade that Denver was trying to trade up into the top 10 as well. So Minnesota's obviously got the most ammunition, so they're the most likely to trade up into the top 10 of the teams that aren't currently in the top 10. But obviously they do not do that here at 3 with New England. So are you guys expecting Drake May here to New England, or is there any part of you that any inkling of you that thinks this might be JJ McCarthy, the younger prospect that may not be ready yet, but neither is the team? So maybe the guy that could develop into a better player down the road.
I think it's got to be Drake May. I mean, if it was me picking, I wouldn't even think about McCarthy here if it was up to me. And I just feel like you're at number 3. It's a whole new era in New England. You got to go get your guy at quarterback, the most valuable position. And whether you're sold that Drake May is going to be a complete stud in the NFL or not, this is a shot you have to take. Like this, you cannot shy away from this moment and be passive and hope to do this like long-term build. Like you have the number 3 pick in the draft. You got to get it, whichever quarterback you think is best. I think it'll be Drake May.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they have Jacoby Brissett, and so Drake May doesn't have to go and play right away.
Right.
They're paying Jacoby $8 million about this year, and so can work on his footwork and all the things that he didn't necessarily perfect because he is really raw, but he has a lot of the traits, right? And so how can you sit and learn? It's not exactly the Mahomes sitting behind Alex Smith. I wouldn't say Jacoby Brissett is the same ilk, but you've seen quarterbacks sit before, so.
Right.
And might I add that, Caleb Williams is landing in a pretty cushy spot for a rookie.
Oh my
we've
gosh.
talked about how that team's basically ready to go. They have another top 10 pick. And Jaden Daniels is even in a better situation that we would say. New England's not a great situation for a quarterback right now. That roster needs a lot of work. All right, the pick is being revealed. I'll wait for Justin.
Yeah.
Drake May. All right. So we all get green there. Mine was just predicted incorrect trade. So we're all at 3 points right now, but I'm in a worse position because of what just happened.
So would you lose the tiebreaker then if tied and you guessed an incorrect trade? Is that how that works? Okay.
I think so.
Fair enough.
I think that's fair.
We've got some banter and trash talk between two of our listeners here, between Tyler and Grant, between Micah Parsons.
Oh yeah, well of course, yeah. The rivalry in the NFC East between the Cowboys and the Giants runs deep. So what do we got here?
This one with the Commanders, Micah Parsons will eat his lunch all day, every day, in reference to Jaden Daniels going to the Commanders.
Jaden Daniels, sure, yeah. Mike and then Grant, predictably misspells Micah as a shot to him. So Micha looks like who talks to himself and reads a lot of books about UFOs. How many drinks deep are you now, Grant?
It is 3 hours ahead over there.
He is.
That is true.
It's long been drinking hour over there. So I get that. So what do you guys see with Drake May and this pick in New England? I obviously teased that not as cushy of a landing spot as maybe the first two picks here as the third quarterback off the board. Obviously the Mac Jones experiment didn't pan out. Do you see Drake May's career being like resembling that of Mac Jones, or do you think he's going to be more successful in New England than his predecessor?
I think he'll be just markedly, barely better than Mac Jones. I just think that there's not a lot of hope for the next couple of years for the Patriots. With that being said, I do think Drake May has a physical ability to his game that Mac Jones doesn't even come close to, where May will be able to will the team to win a couple of games, would be my guess. I just don't think he's going to be set up for success there anytime soon. It's kind of, I think we all agree, the worst landing spot for a quarterback in this draft.
It scares me, and that's why I acquired that 101 in our dynasty league, because I did not like this landing spot for any quarterback, really.
Yeah. From a dynasty perspective, what do you think of it as well, Justin?
I mean, they have nothing. They have an okay offensive line. They have absolutely zero skill position players. I mean, Demario Douglas and maybe Juju.
Kendrick Bourne.
Whatever, right? And so
coming off an ACL, yeah.
The Patriots have so many needs. I think they need a tackle too, honestly. So I don't know. It's going to be tough. What is the leash that Jared Mayo, their new head coach, taking over for Bill Belichick? What's he going to get? It's a weird situation. I don't expect May to play right away either, which I think is better for him, at least for this year.
Sure.
So as a dynasty, you asked in a dynasty perspective, I hate it. I hate it. Any quarterback that went there.
Yeah. I think this definitely tanks his draft stock in dynasty a bit, at least
for sure. Picks. I mean, the only thing from a fantasy football value perspective is it's a bad situation. and like maybe that's going to let him use his legs and pick up some rushing yardage and whatnot.
Just built it this weekend, Anna. Okay.
I was going to say it looks nice.
Yeah.
The
It looks nice,
controls-
just it's bare. The cupboard's a
the
little bare
trolls are
back
out.
there.
IKEA action there, but yeah, I definitely need to fill it.
Cardinals pick is in. They are also
yes,
not
it is.
trading.
No, they're not.
This
All
has
right,
got to be Marv.
let's pull our board back up here, but yeah, we're all expecting
The real
Marvin
draft
Harrison
starts
Jr.
at 5.
Yeah,
5 is where we all expect things to, even though Sam and I didn't have anything here, this is where we expect there to be chaos.
Yeah.
possibly.
So again, just
Possibly.
another shout out for the contest. I think we've got I think Simran got a vote in for Laiatu Latu for the Hawks.
Jacob got
that's it so
Fautanu.
Okay, Jacob got Fautanu. All right.
So we have 2 votes.
All right, so those 2 are taken right now, but if you have anyone else that you think that the Hawks might draft in the first round,
put your vote in the next 10 minutes.
10 to 20 minutes, yep. Yeah, we're going to close this once the Giants pick is in. We'll just say that. We'll give them till pick 6. Give them a little extra time just in case people are late to join. Let's do a reminder after each pick as well.
Yeah, good idea.
Yeah, I think that makes
What's
sense.
your guys' wide receiver rankings?
Dynasty wise?
Just 1, 2, 3. Like who should teams draft?
I mean, I still think Harrison's 1. I'd probably put Rome above Neighbors. I just think he's more of a true X than Neighbors is, as far as just like the size element, the contested catch element. But those are my top 3 for sure. So the consensus top 3. All right, guys, we are all 4 for 4 here.
We are.
Oh, I put the period there. That's why mine was incorrect.
I got you.
Okay,
Don't worry.
Technically, mine's correct. Yours is incorrect. Not a surprise here, but a very talented receiver coming to the NFC West. What do you guys think about Harrison joining the Cardinals? Kyler Murray's offense, an explosive weapon to add to that offense that had Marquise Brown leave via free agency this last offseason. So they had a number 1 wide receiver to fill there. Otherwise, it was going to be Michael Wilson, which I don't think he's a true 1 at this point in his career. So pretty obvious choice here, though. But what do you think about Harrison, and are you scared of him in the NFC West?
Yeah, I'm scared of him. He's really good. He's really, really good.
He's really good.
I mean, there's 3 receivers in this draft that are elite, that are far better than the receivers that were in last year's. And so he has kind of an all-around tool belt, I would say. Can make contested catches, really, really good route runner. Kind of a little bit of a diva, it seems, but you kind of that wide receiver makeup. The wide receiver makeup, they're a little different. And so I think he's going to be, I don't know how he wouldn't be a really good player in this league.
Sam, does any of the like pre-combine stuff, not working out at the combine, not interviewing at the combine, not doing anything at pro day, does any of that stuff turn you off with Marvin Harrison? Like, if you were the GM of an NFL team, are you out on Marvin Harrison because he's skipping all that stuff?
No, it's kind of the same place I'm at with Caleb Williams. Like, there's definitely some yellow flags there that aren't full red, but it's just like some of the stuff that he did with not showing up for his media availability. It'd be one thing if you go to the combine and say like, hey, I'm not doing my media availability from the get-go. It's another to like stand up the whole, whatever they call the group of journalists that show up to interview you. Like, yeah, just like literally didn't show up, just left, didn't work out, didn't talk to anybody. So there's some like weird off the field stuff. His dad was a goofball weirdo guy in the NFL too. Like,
one way to describe it.
Yeah, that's
super nice, soft-spoken guy, you'd think, and then he's kind of associated with murders and stuff like that. So I don't know. I get really weird vibes from Harrison, but again, like Harrison's weird vibes feel a little bit like deeper and a little more off-putting than Williams. Just seems like a young hotshot kid to me, and I think he'll outgrow that. But no, to answer the question, at the end of the day, he's such a special talent on the field that like you take him for what he is and hope that that all that stuff off the field's a little bit overblown. Chargers are going deep into this clock here. 4:50 left. We don't have a trade.
Could be a trade on the table. Yep, could be a trade on the table for sure.
What do we all have? Justin and I have J.C. Latham, the right tackle, which would be
changed
like
this during the day, Sam, a couple times. I think you changed.
Oh,
this.
I copy and pasted my full mock draft in the last second.
Okay.
So like what I had in there was a dummy draft.
Got it.
He thought
you didn't. There was no part of you that thought McCarthy was going to get that Minnesota trade could happen here, and McCarthy's going to get taken.
I would say like a couple days ago, I thought that, but the closer that we got to draft day, like yesterday, I made up my mind that was not going to happen.
Got it.
Sam thinks really highly of himself that we would copy off of his draft.
Well, I don't know. Like I would copy a 3-time champion too.
Oh, 2.5,
okay.
but that's fine.
Oh no. What you? Yeah. So now you're saying
I want my half.
Huskies. That's a half a championship, or is that a full one? That's a full.
It's a co-champion.
All I know is I got the trophy in the case 3 years in a row.
Yeah, I've got 0, so I need to.
Maybe you should be copying
here, Justin. Honestly, I like your draft a lot, Justin. So we'll see what happens.
I mean, none of us know starting right now.
There's going to be a trade. There's going to be a trade. It's just when it is.
Yeah.
I think there's going to be a trade in the top 10.
I think there's going to be a lot of trades, honestly, for offensive linemen, especially when we get to 10 and on. Like a lot of teams that are good. The Chiefs need one. You could see Baltimore taking one. Detroit, they're probably fine. Dallas needs one, right? And so where people can position themselves to get these top O linemen that are going to start going as soon as now, as we're getting to 3 minutes on the clock and no pick is in.
Yeah. Before this Chargers pick is in, too, just a reminder, guys, we do have a contest going on right now. If you correctly guess the Seahawks' first pick, that could be at 16. That could be trading down. That could be trading up even. I guess we didn't present that option either. Maybe the Seahawks trade up and blow all of our minds. Could be even trading out of the first round. But who is the player that they're going to select with their first pick of the 2024 NFL draft? Whoever gets that correct first is going to win a hoodie, one of these glorious hoodies that we're wearing right now, we're sporting right now. Say Emerald City Fandom, Seattle fans talking Seattle sports. Why did I forget our slogan there for a second? As I was like looking down at it, reading it upside down.
Sam and I both have Troy Fautanu, which means definitely we're not taking Troy. We're probably taking Terry. If I were in the chat, I'd be like Terrion Arnold or Cooper DeJean, something that we don't necessarily need in the first round. Are we allowing just general trade down or trade down?
No, we need a player.
We need a player, like trade down.
It needs to be a player.
I think it counts. I think it counts though if they say trade out of the first round completely though, because that's
no.
Okay, fair enough.
I think there needs to be a player still attached.
Yeah.
Yep. All right.
Which, if that's the case, you just won't find out tonight. So it'll be kind of lame. But we'll still keep track of it, like if that's what you predict. So far.
Oh, the Chargers, the pick is in.
All right, you guys are looking pretty good here. I don't think the Chargers are going to take JJ McCarthy.
So there are clearly deliberations happening here. Somebody was trying to move up for something.
Yes, I think yes.
I
think that they might have been on. I don't think they were on the phone with the Vikings. So the other scenario that we see here that we've heard is that the Vikings are fine with McCarthy or Penix. And so I think if they weren't going to land Drake May, they're going to be patient. I think they're going to sit on
I really think it's going to be Penix.
I know it's going to be Penix.
I know because I saw McAfee show rare. But I think
really?
I think really what?
I sent you that clip and it looked like Coach O'Connell got caught with his pants down on live TV.
I agree. And that's not why it's
there was a little bit of that impact.
So I left mine. I have JJ going to Minnesota in a trade still with the Falcons, but if you had gun to my head, I'm saying Penix is going 11 to the Vikings. There's been so much smoke in this arena.
Did you change your mind on that by any chance? Like 5 minutes before the draft started
Oh
when you
my
saw my pick at number 11?
That's such a facetious claim because you saw me during my workday in this file debating.
We were talking about it.
All right, we can talk more about Michael Penix. What do you guys think the Chargers did here then? Do you think that they go is there an inkling that they go receiver, or do you think that they have a huge hole at receiver as well? But
I'd be
everyone
surprised.
seems to have a consensus pick here if the Chargers do pick.
It's so hard. I mean, it doesn't really make sense on anybody's big board to go tight end or tackle or guard here. But, like, it is the most Harbaugh thing. He's done it everywhere he's been. Starts with the trenches on offense. So I think that this is got to be an offensive lineman and maybe a very, very outside shot. It could be Bowers.
I think it has to be an O-lineman. Now, J.C. Latham is the popular pick because of the right tackle, and they have a left tackle already. They could take someone that's higher on most boards because I wouldn't say J.C. Latham is any of our top-rated linemen. It's just the right tackle, the need, the physical. They want to run the ball. He's a really good run blocker. Let's see what this is.
Goodell's on stage announcing the pick.
Joe Alt.
Wow. All right.
Okay. First hit for all of us.
And we were all feeling pretty good about 7. I feel like 7's probably the next one.
7 is now, I think, a big trade target now.
Yeah.
Yes. I think Joe Alt was Tennessee's guy, and look for a trade at 7. I think that's probably, if Minnesota is going to move up or thinks about moving up, that's where they would move up if they like McCarthy enough. But otherwise, you could see Vegas trade up. You could see Denver trade up. We've heard inklings of both the Rams and the Niners trying to trade up into the top 10. I don't think that would necessarily be for a quarterback at that point, but maybe one of these receivers. We only have one receiver off the board, and these 3 receivers could be the number 1 receiver in most drafts. So, but let's talk about Joe Alt. Obviously, he's probably, you guys just talked about J.C. Latham wasn't considered the top tackle probably in this class. Joe Alt is out of Notre Dame, and is probably the consensus top lineman on the board. So they go with the top lineman on the board, but not who we were necessarily expecting them to go with. So thoughts on Joe Alt and what he brings to the Chargers, Justin, and your boy Justin Herbert. He got a pass protector there.
Yeah, best left tackle in the class. Really, really good player. He's really athletic, big, strong, physical. I think going to be a great left tackle. Where it's a little confusing to me is what did they do with Rashawn Slater that plays over there? We'll see if they try to move him over to right, because I think Joe Alt's a true left tackle. But we all thought offensive lineman because this is Jim Harbaugh's bread and butter, right? He goes to the 49ers. He plays bully ball. He did the same thing at Michigan, right? You know, JJ McCarthy, don't throw a pass in the second half against Penn State. Run the damn ball, as Jimmy Lake would say. So all that to say, to answer Simran's question in the chat of why we didn't think wide receiver, I think we're just so confident in Harbaugh's ability just to build a round, rough and tumble football team that's what he wanted, and he can get a receiver in the later rounds. And they already got
QJ, so they're chilling.
QJ, yeah. So anyway, that's my take on that, Sam. If you want to add to the Joe Alt piece.
Yeah, I mean, I think Joe Alt at some point played a little bit of tight end early in his career too. Like very, very athletic lineman. I think that they're likely going to have to move Rashawn Slater to right tackle. Between the two of them, he's the only one that has experience playing at right tackle before when he was in college. But you know, it's weird. Moving
Giants pick is in
all
so
pro type player, moving him over to a different side of the line. But I think that pick makes sense. Giants pick is in. What do we think's going on here? There's some smoke that they might be moving on from Daniel Jones. I think we all kind of agree this is likely going to be Malik Neighbors, wide receiver from LSU.
I think an outside shot at McCarthy as well.
Yep.
And early on, you thought it could be Rome too.
I did. I switched. I just think they have profiles like a Jalen Hyatt and others that are like the small, twitchy type. Not that Malik Neighbors is a small, but Rome is that get up and go get the frickin' ball type of guy. I mean, you're not going to find a better contested catch receiver in many drafts ever, honestly. could he separate more? Sure, whatever. But he is a true X. I think the safest receiver in this draft by far. Like, I know going in, like, Rome Odunze is going to be a really good receiver, like, full stop. And like, will he be the best ever? Probably not, but he's going to be really good.
Yeah. Any part of you thinks that this could be Penix?
No,
I don't think so.
All right. Last chance, guys. Last couple minutes here. We're gonna shut off the valve here as far as any guesses for the Seahawks first pick. Yes, Anna, the winner does get a sweatshirt. So whoever has submitted their picks, you already submitted yours though, and I don't think that you're gonna win, Anna. I'll just say that.
Unless we trade out of the first round, then it would be like maybe a second round pick.
Yeah, I feel like I don't even know if he's a second.
Anna always wins shit like this.
All right.
She always does.
Maybe.
She's won our March Madness.
The Seahawks have done weird
3
things
times.
before. The Seahawks have done weird things before. So, but yeah, get your guesses in if you want to partake in the contest. Winner gets a sweatshirt. All right.
Okay.
Malik Neighbors is a New York Giant. We're looking pretty good, guys. 5
for 6. Well, we're wrong on 7. 7. Yeah.
Yep. You can already chalk this next one up. I think this is where, honestly, this, like, we just talked about how the draft could get interesting a couple of picks ago, which it kind of got a little interesting with Joe Alt being taken at 5. But I mean, really now Tennessee's a trade target, and like, they had Joe Alt circled. Like, I don't think that they like any of the other linemen nearly enough to probably pick one here. They probably would stick and pick, obviously, if they can't find a trade partner, but I think they're on the phones right now, is my guess.
Like, what are we trading up for here? Is somebody trading up to try to get a quarterback?
McCarthy or Rome?
Yeah.
I just don't. The thing that I don't understand about being at 7, like, trading up for a quarterback, what does that really accomplish for you?
For the Vikings?
Well, for the Vikings in particular, it doesn't make sense unless you know that like Denver or Vegas are banging down the door to move to 7. But like Atlanta, Chicago, New York Jets are not drafting a quarterback.
No. Yeah. So is it, if you're Minnesota, is Denver going to go up and get McCarthy if that's truly Minnesota's guy, right? Like, that's the type of wiggling.
I guess I just think if there's going to be a trade here, it would be more like a Jacksonville or a Buffalo. That's like, I want Rome Odunze, the last wide receivers left. Like, if somebody's going to trade into 7 at this point, I think, at least in my mind, it'd be more likely that somebody's targeting Rome.
Yeah, we know Jacksonville has been rumored to try and take it into the top 10. Diana Rossini has said LA Rams are trying to trade in. And so, like, if they see an opportunity, their first round pick in like 8 years to go get a receiver, and they get Rome Odunze or something to pair with Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua, that's just stupid.
That would suck.
And Sean McVay offense, right? And so
please don't do that.
But then they're, what's their quarterback situation? So fascinating things. I think after 7, we obviously all got Joe Alt wrong, but after that, this is where our 3 drafts start to diverge from all of each other. Totally. Because our top 7 were pretty similar, and so it's going to get really interesting here. Yeah. So for Tennessee, if they do send and picking, they have Calvin Ridley, right? They signed for big money. I think like $49 million guaranteed. Yeah. They have DeAndre Hopkins still, who's aging, but still a good receiver. They kind of are a receiver need. I wouldn't be shocked if Rome went here, but they also could look for the left tackle. So the players like Fashanu could go here. Any others that you think would be a stick and pick?
I think a real dark horse stick and pick is Byron Murphy.
Yeah.
There was a lot of odds rising for Byron Murphy being a top 10 pick, and the Titans definitely need D-line help. So like, I think if they stick and pick, they'll probably just pick their number 2 tackle.
I feel like they need more edge help than interior, but they could do whatever. I mean, we've seen crazier things happen.
I mean, they could take Dallas Turner.
If that's the guy that they like, then they should pick him, though, right? This is you're the best player available right now at this point. So
this really could go any direction. Like, any team could pick this pick. It could be really any position. I feel like we glazed over Malik Neighbors to the Giants.
Yeah, we should talk about
Malik. Isn't in yet, so let's go back. I know Grant is one of our loyal listeners. Is Giants fan, right? He's a Giants guy.
Yep.
Yeah, there we go. You got to be pumped. I mean, the Daniel Jones experiment has been a shit show to this point for a number of reasons: injuries, lack of weapons, coaching changes, whatever you want to name it, like crazy big contract. If you're a Giants fan and you know that you're staring down the barrel of Daniel Jones being your starting quarterback in 2024, picking Neighbors is about the best pick you could have got at number 6. Like, he is going to help that offense so much. Such an explosive athlete, can get open at all levels of the field. Really could be potentially the best thing that ever happens to Daniel Jones's career for sure.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams, there was smoke that he was their wide receiver 1, right?
Yeah.
Because of the upside, right? Some Marvin Harrison could be an elite player, but they think Malik Neighbors, if he develops some things, could be just truly God tier. Titans pick is in though.
Yep. All right. So you think this is tackle, or do you think they go Dallas Turner?
Oof. I just think in this tackle draft, I think just the offensive skill positions, I think if I gun to my head, I'm going to say tackle.
Who are their tackles?
But I would go in order. I'd say tackle, I would say Rome, and then I would say an edge.
Yeah. Who are their tackles right now? Nicholas Petit-Frere and Dylan Raduns. They're going to go tackle.
I mean, it's just such a heavy, like, there's elite players at this tackle position this year.
And I think at this point with Joe Alt off the board, like, if you don't have a specific need left tackle versus right tackle, like,
just take.
I think it's so up in the air. It could be Latham, it could be Fashanu, Fautanu, Fuaga. I would be probably pretty surprised if someone like Mims or Guyton.
Mims is a little raw for this high, probably, even though he's a massive human being.
Yeah.
My stream's at commercial, but it says the pick is in.
Yeah, I'm on commercial as well.
Yeah, so if this is a tackle, then the biggest opportunity for the first defensive player to come on the board is 8 at Atlanta, where Connor and I both have them trading out here for different reasons. And you have them sticking and picking Dallas Turner, who's been weeks now, just the set and forget, like 8th pick, Dallas Turner, most raw traits, athleticism, best edge in that sense. Maybe not the most polished, but kind of like that Traven Walker, Aiden Hutchinson conversation where Traven Walker had the better athletic traits. You stayed there. I went JJ McCarthy, Minnesota finally going up, and the threats of Denver and Vegas and striking point, maybe, because you're starting to get closer and closer. But I'm not confident at all. No confidence
in this pick.
At 8. Yeah, no confidence.
Yeah. I mean, to your point, you're saying Dallas Turner was like everybody's
the consensus
number 8 pick forever.
8th pick, yeah. Until maybe today.
I mean, that was the same thing with number 7 being Joe Alt. And like, that obviously isn't the case. And so I could see like Dallas Turner going here at 7, and then we're just, on the death spiral with our mock drafts turning pretty red here pretty soon, pretty quick.
Yeah. And that's how it goes, guys. We don't get most of these right. I mean, we've won with 6 picks before. I know you had
I think one year we won with like 4.
Yeah, so all of us are tied for 5 right now. So this is where we'll be happy if we get one going forward.
Yeah. Like there's a chance getting
we got this one
correct.
Wrong. Yeah.
Yeah. Like getting 1 or 2 more correct could put you in the driver's seat here.
Yeah.
All right. So are we calling it quits on this? Are we gonna let the Holy Ghost get his?
Well, somebody already had Troy Fautanu, I think. So he would have to pick a different player.
Oh, that's right.
So Brett,
if you're listening, Brett,
you have like 15 seconds.
Chop, chop. Pun maybe intended.
That's a good one.
That was pretty good.
That's one of your better ones.
All right, where's Roger at? I didn't know he had back surgery, but it's a big stage. They're making him get his steps in today. He's not moving fast.
Making up for that COVID year where he was sitting in his dungeon.
Dude, that leather couch was gnarly. There's like hair grease stain at the top of the back. It was bad news. It's It'll look like my grandpa's chair.
Here we go. Here we go.
I'm trying to read some lips. Who do we got? All right.
Yep. All right. So a little swapperoni here with the Chargers.
Which I think isn't
Honestly,
terribly surprising.
It's not super surprising. It just philosophically, it made more sense for right and left, but
Harbaugh doesn't give a shit about right.
No, give me the big son of a bitch.
Yeah. I'll play him wherever. He's like,
all right. Brett got his in. Graham Barton. I think that's a good shout there.
We're calling it cuts on
cuts. That's it. Point. Yeah.
That's a good pick for Brett, I think.
I think so, especially with the trade down option. If we trade with Philly or something like that.
And that's what Connor has predicted, is trading with Philly and then the Seahawks selecting Graham Barton at 22.
Yeah.
I think that's totally doable. All right, number 8, Atlanta.
I mean, we're at under 4:30 left on the clock here. And
that took a long time for Roger to get up there.
Yeah.
To announce it.
So defensive players, I think the best odds would be Dallas Turner, number 1, and Byron Murphy, number 2. There's been lots of smoke with his name going first. I mean, just the best interior defensive lineman in the draft. So I would say those two.
Weirdly enough, Laiatu Latu has like pretty favorable odds to go here as well. Like that's on FanDuel, the top 2 odds for this pick have been Dallas Turner and Laiatu Latu even at like plus 210, plus 240, which is kind of surprising to me with like the medical history and the medical retirement at Washington for Laiatu Latu. I don't think you can take him at number 8. So I'm more with you. Going against the Vegas odds, I would go, if they're going to go defense, my guess would be Dallas Turner or
pick is in. No trades yet. So I'm already wrong.
Well, not necessarily, but
they take JJ McCarthy. That'd be shocking with their Atlanta trading for Kirk Cousins. Atlanta has not taken a defensive position in a long time. Like they took Bijan last year. They've taken Kyle Pitts. And so with the new head coach and Raheem Morris and defensive coordinator Jimmy Lake, you would think they would take a defensive player here. But they could just absolutely load the deck and have Rome Odunze, Dallas, or what's his name? Drake London, Kyle Pitts, Bijan, Kirk Cut. They could go crazy.
I just feel like
I think it's going to be defense.
It overlaps. Like Rome, if this was neighbors on there, I think that would be more likely. I think Rome and London's game kind of overlap a little bit more. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens here. This could be nice for old Team Hoagie here.
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be Dallas Turner.
Come on.
So no trades in the top 10 yet.
No.
All that smoke.
That's what I said right off the get-go. I was like, listen, I think that this is becoming like ESPN, NFL Network are just being told to be the Muhammad Ali, Don King promoters and being like, all this crazy shit's going to happen.
Apparently, I don't learn.
Like, I don't know. I just remember the whole Trey Lance, Mac Jones fiasco, and there's just so much smoke to like build up anticipation for this event, which, I mean, just by judging by the audience outside in Detroit, like what an event this draft has turned into over the years. It's insane.
Yeah, there's a lot of people there.
Oh my God. How would you even see from way back there?
Yeah.
I don't
even really see the point of going, but I don't know. I mean,
who are we though to say anything?
JJ McCarthy is looking a little nervous.
Yeah,
he's looking a little disappointed.
Drop and drop.
Showing Penix.
No way, right?
That
would be absolutely nuts. Kirk, I know we just signed you, but
like, how long would he have to sit there though?
Probably 2 years.
Because they signed him. How long was Kirk's contract?
25-year-old.
We can look into that if this happens.
I mean, it's not going to. So, no, I think this is gonna be Dallas Turner. The
4-year contract.
Look,
is it all guaranteed?
The fact that
that's what he's done before.
I think so.
I think so. The fact that the first defensive player could be going off the board at 8 is pretty insane.
Yeah.
All offense 1 through 7.
The Falcons, I'm telling you, they do some crazy things.
How do you think the ESPN likes the fact that they are broadcasting the NFL Network via the Atlanta Falcons.
Oh, all
War
of
Room.
I've noticed the different teams in here, and like all of them
Yeah.
are NFL Network. The more
I wonder if Roger tells them all, "Hey, make sure you got NFL Network on."
yeah. Holy shit!
Did you already see it? Or are you on Twitter or something?
Apparently.
No, I'm not on Twitter.
You saw it already? How's mine lagging this much now? You refreshed, didn't you?
I restarted and I connected to data the whole thing.
Oh wow!
Okay.
Sorry,
Wow,
you're like
30 seconds
you're like
behind.
okay.
You're like 20 seconds ahead of me.
All right, let me.
Roger is just walking out now.
Okay,
that's
think
what I
it's better. I think I'm better behind then. I'll just watch you guys because it's not Dallas Turner.
Holy hell! Holy hell, huh?
I still haven't seen it.
JJ McCarthy.
Have you
Connor,
seen
you
it?
saw it?
Hold on now.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
What?
What indeed?
What?
Whoa!
What?
Whoa!
I was kidding. I was kidding.
Michael
Wait,
Penix
this doesn't make any
Jr. to the
sense.
Falcons. I don't.
Did they make a
Understand.
mistake?
Yeah. What?
Who would have thought that? Okay, Penix
Oh,
goes
wait,
before
so-
Rome.
No,
What?
I did not see Penix being the first Husky taken.
What?
Okay,
That's
guys.
Oh my god!
shocking.
All right,
I
we
mean,
He's
need
gonna
to- we need
sit
to-
behind- He's going to be 28 years old by the time he plays.
Falcons traded Ritter, Jacob. But here's the thing, like, we need to understand Kirk. We need to break this down. This is a whole thing here.
This
So
is
what
nuts.
what is Kirk's contract? We need to find this out because
I think it's
if
a
they
4-year deal.
Because if they took Penix, there could be
It is.
some voodoo craziness where they're going to try to trade him to a team.
Maybe.
Because
Now?
why would you?
I'm
Well, why
trying
would
to
you
pull up Kirk Cousins' contract and it's just buffering everybody. Everybody's trying to go to Sport Track.
What is going on?
4-year, 180 million deal with 100 million guaranteed
I'm so confused.
for Kirk
Is there
Cousins.
any
So that's
out? I
I
mean,
mean, they're not going to cut
just
him.
give
Like,
it to
they would
Michael
trade him.
Penix.
They would
I
trade him,
mean,
like Justin is saying.
straight up dog. Top 10 pick.
Holy
Holy
shit,
fourth
dude.
quarterback taken. So, none of this JJ McCarthy nonsense, not Bo Nix
Wow.
nonsense.
I wish I had the audio on to like hear what they're saying.
Oh, I bet they were shocked, right? Like again, the
I heard
Falcons
somebody
not
briefly be like, "Oh, do I think this is the
Chicago's
best use of their
pick is in already. I mean, is this? Yeah. Oh my gosh. Wow.
I refreshed mine, so I think I'm behind you guys again. I don't know what the hell is happening with my stream. But
That is insane, guys.
I am so pumped for him. That is a
I'm excited for him
huge
too,
deal.
but like I hope that he plays.
I want him to. He needs to play. Is the problem?
So he's sitting at least a year, probably, right?
Dude,
Unless
I hate that
they trade Kirk like
I
this
don't-
offseason.
But like, what would be the dead money there, though? Like that's why Herbert wasn't ever going to get
the
traded.
Kirk
because the dead
Cousins
cap
thing
was-
is weird, but like if Penix is going to be playing in Atlanta with Pitts, London, Bijan, like that could be nice. Caleb McGarry's there, protect his blind side.
This
Another
landing
Husky.
spot doesn't make sense to me. Honestly.
It doesn't make sense.
I'm
Also,
really confused.
Grant, you don't talk about my quarterback like that. He can wear whatever he wants. He can cry in his mama's lap, and I wouldn't think twice about it.
So Caroline's reading the Players Tribune.
Yeah, she is. I sent that article to her. She almost cried.
Really? Yeah. That was
Yeah.
a great article.
That was like one of the coldest closing lines I've ever read in an
Yeah,
article. Like,
that was great.
Wow. Well,
I'll take all the
apparently
X-rays
the
and
Atlanta
MRIs that
GM
you
liked
ask.
it.
Y'all need
The Atlanta
Whoa.
GM liked it.
What does
Holy
that
cow,
do?
guys.
That makes our dynasty draft interesting. Like with Penn, he's behind Kirk Cousins, but he's such high draft capital. Like that's
I don't know.
That's a weird
confused,
one.
man.
I think Sam passes on him, and then
Like
Connor,
that's
you have a
where
decision to
immediately
make.
where my mind went. It's like, where does he land in a dynasty draft?
Yeah.
But, all right. Well, Chicago's picks in.
Whew.
We're probably, you guys are expecting this to be Rome Odunze. If it fell this way, I mean, I had Rome going to the Jets. I thought the Jets might trade up with Atlanta to go ahead of Chicago, but if it had gone this way, I would have picked Rome here as well at 9. So Or any inkling that you might think? I mean, obviously Justin Fields was running for his life. Do you think that they could go tackle here as well?
I think it's possible.
Possible. I don't think so. I think it's more likely Chicago would go like a Byron Murphy and just absolutely stuff the line. But I feel good about Rome. I feel good about Rome here.
Word is in from Chicago Bears fan Will Hurd. He wants Odunze, baby.
All right.
I think Odunze and Caleb would be.
What is Kirk Cousins thinking right now?
I'm still flabbergasted, honestly, but like it just doesn't make.
All right.
I can't have Penix sitting there.
You guys see it?
Yep.
You saw it.
All right. All right. Well, you guys are looking good. I am not.
You're only one behind.
I know, but
that is a big draft for the Bears.
I mean, Caleb and Rome.
Back to back Penix and Rome.
Wow. Rome, Keenan Allen. Keenan Allen's probably a 1 year deal. Keenan Allen and DJ Moore. I mean, that's nasty. That is real nasty. And so much for that.
DeAndre Swift.
Rome is a Viking in our dynasty league then, right? For sure now.
Well, unless somebody else picks him in front of me.
I guess that's
true. He's not getting past 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's likely it's Williams, Daniels,
special player.
Simran will go Harrison probably, and then what does Nate do at 4? But
yeah, I think that would be tough. My thought is Nate slightly favors Neighbors, but landing spot. I don't know.
It's true.
We have a trade.
Oh, Vikings are on the clock. This is McCarthy.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, they have.
They're nervous now after Penix just went.
Yeah.
I think they wanted Penix. Man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who would have thought Atlanta would have just? I mean,
because the Jets theoretically could take a quarterback at 10. I mean, Aaron Rodgers
could have.
We need to all cool our jets for a second and really just realize that Michael.
There's
Penix
too much to talk about.
Falcons
right
makes no sense.
No,
so
doesn't.
Is Michael Penix a Falcon by the end of today?
I'm really confused.
Or did the Falcons? Were the Falcons like, hey, Vegas, do you want to trade up? Hey, whoever they thought wanted Penix, they're like, what? Shit, we'll fucking take him.
Come get him.
You want it? Here.
Yeah, he's on our team right now.
It could
so
be
come
one of
get
those
him.
situations wwhere they're just trying to hold another team hostage.
Yeah.
And it's like a draft day trade after they pick them. This doesn't make any sense. You don't draft a quarterback at number 8 when you have a proven veteran guy that just signed a $100 million guaranteed 4-year deal.
I can't imagine that's ever happened before, right? Someone comes in the offseason. I mean, this is kind of like Matt Flynn, but Kirk got paid way better than Matt Flynn obviously did.
Yeah, Matt Flynn was making $13 million a year.
Well, I mean, it was a different time as well.
Well, I know, but
it was a 2-year deal, I think, too.
Yeah, and Flynn had never been a starter.
Yeah, that's bonkers.
So, are they going the Jordan Love route where Penix sits forever, but he's he needs to play?
Well, yeah. I think that would maybe make sense if he was 20.
His processing could use
20.
some work,
he's going to be
especially
24.
over the middle.
He's going to be 24.
Yeah.
Yeah. Makes no sense.
I don't get it.
I mean, great for him. That's awesome. I'm happy for him, and I mean, if they're putting him at number 8, they're planning to play him probably relatively. I guess so. I mean,
you're not trading Kirk. I mean, who's a better trade asset, Penix or Kirk? They're not trading Kirk.
No. So yeah, I mean, they could theoretically trade him to the Raiders or something down the line.
Also, how cool is it? Back-to-back picks, number 8, number 9.
Totally.
Your dogs.
Yeah. Very cool.
Straight up dogs.
I mean, Atlanta was watching a lot of that game tape against USC, clearly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Texas.
Well, yeah, that too.
So we got the Vikings on the clock here.
Pick is in, yeah.
It's not going to be.
I mean, anyone else that would be it's got to be JJ, right?
It's got to be JJ, yeah.
Why would they move up one pick to get him? Are they really that nervous that Like I guess
they must have
maybe
been
they're
nervous of the
that
Denver
or
yeah.
Vegas.
That or shit, dude. I mean, the Falcons, they've got a 4-year contract veteran, and they just picked Penix. What's stopping the Jets from taking a quarterback?
What if Kirk Cousins ends up back in Minnesota?
No, stop.
Dude, there's so much chess going on right now. I don't even know what to say.
I gotta imagine like Twitter and all that is going crazy with the Penix stuff. We're not going on it purposely because we don't want to get spoiled, but like I gotta imagine it's crazy.
All right, so this got traded to Minnesota via NYJ.
And Jets are at 11. I assume. Yeah, they are 11. Yeah. I imagine Minnesota still has their other first round pick. I can't imagine they would have to give that up for moving up one spot.
It's probably like a
no
fifth
way.
rounder.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. So they're still at 23, which is good for them.
Still no defensive players off the board, guys, in the top 10.
9 play, and if they're trading up, they're not going to take a defensive player here because there's be no reason to.
No defensive players in the top 10.
Top 10.
That's crazy.
That is that historic?
It's got to be. Yeah, I can't think of another draft where no defensive players got picked in the top 10.
So I think the record.
I mean, the fact that the Jets could just like chill and pick Dallas Turner or, I mean, Brock Bowers, or like, there's so many good players on the board still right now.
Yeah.
This is where Denver probably starts thinking about trading down.
Yeah. I mean, if the Vikings are going quarterback, this has got to be McCarthy. I think Austin jumped in the chat like right off the get-go. And it's like, Knicks is a hard pass for me.
Yeah.
I think we all kind of feel that way.
Yeah.
At this value, like later, sure, I get it.
Yeah. If they traded back up into the first round, I could see it. But it'd have to be at the end of the first round for me to at least understand it. All right, Vikings pick is in.
They're showing McCarthy on the stream. They showed Penix. It was like that was fishy on the Falcons.
Well, that's what I said. It's like, during the Falcons pick, I'm like, they're showing Penix. I don't know why.
And we're like, no way.
There's no way they do that.
That would be so dumb. They just got Kirk Cousins.
I can't.
We're like, there's no like, and then I joked that it was going to be JJ McCarthy, and then they actually picked Penix.
That Sport Track link is funny. How it just crashed. Everyone is going to that.
They're checking Kirk Cousins.
I can't even load it yet. Yeah,
I couldn't get it to load either. Like, big bummer.
Yeah, everyone's like they're getting so much traffic right now. They're happy.
Yeah.
Wow. God, I'm still just blown away. I don't think I'm going to get over that tonight.
That is a shocker. That's all right.
Not unless something happens that like puts it in context for us.
Yeah.
I mean,
it just doesn't make sense.
That's the big shock of the night. I think everything else is not like super surprising, but this, that Penix to the Falcons. What are we doing?
I mean, if the Vikings pick like Knicks here, that'd be pretty surprising.
Yeah, that would also be really surprising. The Vikings, we talked about Chicago being a really good situation to walk into. The Vikings are arguably better. I mean, Justin Jefferson, TJ Hawkinson, Jordan Addison, Aaron Jones. They have Ty Chandler as a backup. Their O-line is decent. They have an offensive head coach, which is so big in today's NFL to have that continuity. Mm-hmm. So it's a great situation to walk into if it is JJ here.
Do you think, Minnesota is probably even more favorable than Chicago, arguably, wouldn't you say? But
maybe a little bit,
like,
yeah.
Shane
Waldron.
Caleb Williams is walking into an unprecedented situation for a first overall pick, though. Yeah. I mean, usually you're walking into a Bryce Young situation with the Panthers last year. Like, it's usually a shit show for a first overall pick in their first, at least couple years.
I mean,
that's a lot of them flame out.
DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, Rome Odunze, Cole Kmet, DeAndre Swift, Darnell Wright as your right
They
tackle.
still need help on that line. They better be picking some line here as we get into the later rounds.
Yeah, like that offense is in They've got players.
From skill position wise, they're in good. Yeah, they're in good shape. They got weapons. All right. Let's see what the Vikings pick here. It's being announced by
God, JJ going 10 to the Vikings is such a weird if that does happen. Because
Yeah.
like we have 8, obviously 11 was where the Vikings should have been. 10 is throwing up the mock drafts for
There
sure.
he is.
All right. JJ McCarthy is now a Viking. So, obviously, I think all of us are more down on JJ McCarthy than the media and consensus analysts are. How do you see his career going with, you teased it, Justin, an offensive head coach, a lot of weapons. They have Sam Darnold right now that's probably going to start the year at least. It's a nice situation that JJ doesn't have to play right away. They are paying, I think, Darnold $10 million for 1 year, so he's kind of their bridge quarterback, probably for at least the first half of the year. But do you see JJ McCarthy starting by the end of this year? I guess is my first question. And then second, do you think that he's going to be successful in Minnesota?
First question, yes, I do see him starting by the end of the year. I think Sam Darnold may start for sure. I mean, JJ McCarthy just hasn't seen a lot of things, right? And so to get that game film and to get the preseason under him, they say he has all the traits. Haven't seen it. Haven't seen it all. He had a great pro day though, guys. He had a great pro day. And so, I don't want to shit on the kid. I think that he's definitely QB5 or QB6 for sure.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah, go ahead.
The other thing
I'm worried about Sam Darnold's feelings, but that's just me.
I just think that you haven't seen it with McCarthy, and I'm watching some of these quote unquote highlight plays. There's a notorious clip that they will always play for JJ McCarthy where he's zipping this ball in between the two
the Ohio State game.
And it's if that linebacker just didn't turn around and run down the field like a maniac, he would have easy interception, terrible vision. That is a bad decision by McCarthy, but they're oh, look at him thread the needle. I'm they both had their back of their head to the football. It's not threading any needle. I don't know. I think this is
okay. Minnesota was taking him the entire time. He had a Minnesota hat at his home. Are you guys seeing this right now?
I think he probably had a few, right?
Yeah. But I think this is a Zach Wilson situation. I think he's kind of immature, super young. And I think he has some physical abilities that you like, but
I mean,
I don't think he has it at the NFL level. I mean, it's hard. I mean, you look at his college film and he didn't show it. It's he wasn't really asked to show it, but was he not being asked to show it because he can't show it? Or was he not showing it because they didn't need him and they were going to rush for 250 on the ground every game? I don't know. I'm not a McCarthy fan, so.
Tyler offering some insight here that he thinks that his mindset is maybe the best out of all the QBs.
I don't know
take
if
that for what it's worth.
Meditates under the goalpost before the game.
Well, I mean, that is a pretty famous image of JJ McCarthy at this point.
I mean, he's in the best situation he could possibly go into. And so if he's not
that I agree with
Minnesota, then he's not going to probably make it anywhere.
And he's been in the best situation his entire career, going back to high school.
Been a winner.
Yeah, but that's more of a product of the situation he's been in. And maybe fortunately for him, he lucked his way into a similar situation in Minnesota. But I can also see this shit blowing up in Minnesota. If the quarterback play is subpar, you think Justin Jefferson is going to be just chilling?
Oh, no. I mean,
he's going to be loud about the problems in the locker room.
Yeah.
I think everybody sits here and says, oh, the Vikings is the best landing spot for the quarterback. And I think on paper that's true. But I also think it's one of the situations that could turn south really fast. Kevin O'Connell, offensive-minded head coach. But I think that he's got a lot to prove himself as well. So,
all right, I just saw the pick.
For the Jets?
For the Jets.
I haven't seen it yet. I'm very curious. The suspense is killing me.
Jet,
Okay.
Jets. It's a
Aaron
smart pick.
Rodgers gotta like that.
I mean, honestly, it's a smart pick. We thought they would go for the win now. You and I, Sam, with Brock Bowers originally before they traded out.
Yeah.
And they went with someone they have 2 tackles. One of them, I can't remember his name, is often injured though. And so they're older. And so they get offensive linemen for the future, but also cover for next year, because if you lose one, you see how it can detriment teams or get a quarterback injured. And we saw Aaron Rodgers out there for 4 plays last year.
Yeah. They kind of addressed this in free agency. They got Tyron Smith and Morgan Moses as their left and right tackles, but Tyron Smith has had some injury concerns for the last couple of years with Dallas. So I think this makes a lot of sense. You got Garrett Wilson, Mike Williams, Breece Hall. Like, you've got some offensive weapons there to work with, and this is a deep draft. I don't know. Do the Jets have a second-round pick? I'm not sure that they do.
Not sure off the top of my head.
But anyway, so they can. I think you can find some skill position depth later in the draft, and you're getting one of the top tackles. It's a pretty sensical pick. So that puts the Broncos on the clock.
And the pick is in.
Wow, that was fast. We think this is Bo. 12 is just so rich. For Bo
it's so rich. But I mean,
that'd be 6 quarterbacks, right?
In the top 12, yeah.
Oh,
I mean, JJ going 10 is rich for me, but that's just my taste. So a lot of people thought the Broncos had to trade down to get Bo if they were not going to take him at 12, because they do not have a second-round pick. And so draft capital was a question here. And so if they don't go Bo here, then they might just roll with Stidham and Zach Wilson as their quarterbacks this year and go for the next year. Ewers or Carson Beck or that sort of thing. Or get
there's also a part of me that, like, I think Sean Payton is so narcissistic and full of himself that I think that there's a world where he's like, I'm taking Zach Wilson to the Super Bowl. Like, this guy is going to be a stud. So, like, that's also potential. Pick is in. Oh, no, this is just showing Bo Nix at home. I was like, they picked
they're doing the thing, though, that they did for Penix.
Yeah, that's probably Bo Nix. That's all the smoke and the rage.
I just heard myself through your
audio. Yeah, I know.
Weird. Don't like that.
What did I? Wow. Yeah. Okay. I had him trading out for.
I had him trading out as well. I think we had Philadelphia picking different players, but yeah.
I just felt like in this situation, if you're the Broncos and you're taking Bo Nix at 12, that is so dumb. Like, the other 5 quarterbacks, the teams that wanted quarterbacks got quarterbacks.
Yeah.
So, like, there's no rush to pick at 12. So, like, maybe
the
rest of the NFL could be like, but like,
maybe
we don't need to trade up with you. I don't know.
Now with 5 taken, are they thinking like, oh shoot, the Rams could get Bo Nix and have their quarterback, and now we're stuck holding the bag? They could.
I think Sean McVay is too smart for that.
Yeah, maybe. I'm still floored by this Penix thing. I really need to understand what's going to happen here, because I would just hate, like, you spend the 8th overall pick and then, like, Jordan Love was like 24 or something.
Yes.
And so if you're spending that draft capital to sit that, it makes no sense to me.
I think that there's got to be some.
Is there something up the sleeves here? Because I mean, Kirk Cousins had 90 guarantee or 100, whatever it was. So
yeah,
unless they ship him to the Raiders or something up here.
Yeah, I don't know. This is
weird. It's just...
I mean, that's potential. You have Penix to the Raiders, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
And so does Connor. It's like, that'd be interesting once this Broncos pick gets in. Like, is there a trade that flashes up and, like, we see Atlanta picking 13? They could get Dallas Turner, who we all thought they could have got
anyway. But maybe
they get a haul. Yeah. It just. That's weird. The other thing that's weird about it is, like, Penix didn't look confused. Like, his reaction was celebratory and, like, oh yeah, I knew. Like, it didn't seem like he was caught off guard by being picked number 8 to the Falcons, which is just like shocking.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. How much do you think? How much shit do you think Kalen DeBoer and and Ryan Grubb talked about Jimmy Lake, and now Penix might have to go into the same building?
Oh, that's interesting.
Do you think that happened at all? I mean, maybe not.
Probably not. I think that was such a clean break between staffs that, like,
yeah,
I'm sure that probably wasn't the case.
All right, come on. They're still on commercial for me.
Same.
I have the Pat McAfee stream open too, and that one alerts you a little sooner. So I don't know whether they get their information from, but because I was delayed and it's only like a few seconds before mine.
Okay.
I don't know. I think it's Bo Nix. I don't think they turn in the pick that quick. And
I mean, that was quick turnaround.
Yeah.
Rogers like, oh, damn it.
And ESPN just did the Penix thing where they showed in the, like, I don't know. They know something.
Yeah. Man, I just don't. McCarthy and Nix top 12. That is a little rich for your boy. That is.
So who in our dynasty league goes higher, Bo Nix or Michael Penix?
I don't know. At this point, if Nix is going to play, probably. I don't know. I don't know.
Penix to the Falcons. Do we take live call-ins yet?
Will is pumped. We might consider that later in the draft.
Yeah, because I'll have to leave. So yeah.
But yeah, the Chicago Bears faithful and the Hurd family are pumped about their 2 picks. How could you not?
Oh yeah, I mean it's the most excitement they've had probably since the Rex Grossman, Devin Hester days, right?
Oh boy. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, there it
is.
Oh,
Nix. That is. If I'm a Denver Broncos fan, that is spicy. Ooh-wee.
Oh man, so you go from Russell Wilson and all that dead cap money. You almost felt like they had to get a quarterback here because Sean Payton isn't the most patient guy in the world, you think, right? So Bo Nix, I mean,
I'm so pissed at myself. I had Bo Nix number 12.
Yeah. It just seems crazy, right? I was like, no way.
Like, especially, I'm like, I think the other 5 will go, and I'm like, I should at least put 1 trade in my mock. Oh man.
That Philly, it made a lot of sense. I mean, we both had it. It made a lot of sense because Philly and Howie Roseman are super. But yeah, Bo Nix is, obviously great. Can throw on the run. Maybe not against UW, but can throw on the run. Is mobile. I mean, can dump it off. Like kind of that game manager style. I know that has a negative connotation, but I think Sean Payton likes that because he's going to listen to the scripted plays where Russell Wilson couldn't throw to the middle. And so if he can take quick timing throws over the middle and make good judgment, then it could be like, okay. Like he could be ceiling a middle of the road quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah. I think this is the best landing spot for someone like Nix to go into a place that has a very regimented, structured offense that is
right.
Like, if this, then that, and like just operate the play. And I think listen, I have respect for Bo Nix at the end of the day. Like he obviously went through adversity in his career. Things didn't work out in Auburn. I think he's a really respectable, likable guy with the way that he handled himself throughout the season and in the offseason and whatnot. He's not like your prototypical Oregon player that's, totally full of himself and just like insufferably cocky.
Right.
So I hope the best for him. I think it's a good landing spot in terms of matching up with Sean Payton. And like, I'm questioning whether the game has passed up Sean Payton at this point. But at the end of the day, I mean, Super Bowl winning head coach and had a great run with Drew Brees and the whole crew. Like, if you're Bo Nix, like it's not a terrible spot to be either. And like,
no.
Their wide receiver room has some talent there as well. It's not like the greatest in the world, but it'll be interesting to see how it all works out. And Las Vegas Raiders are now up at 13. Pick is already in. They're the other team that was like in the hunt for a quarterback, and they missed
They're
out.
left out. Yeah.
Unless
Well, there's not a trade, and so any trade is done after the fact. So are they picking someone that the Falcons would want here necessarily, or are they just doing their own thing now? Because 12 picks in, we have 12 offensive players. And so this is where you would think the first defensive player, now that a quarterbacks are totally out of it, this is where you would think a defensive player would go.
Yeah, I mean, what's the rest of the Vegas needs?
I mean, the Vegas needs a shit ton of players, so they could get an offensive lineman too, right? And so
yeah,
they have a lot of needs. I can see him going Byron Murphy here.
That's what I was just gonna say. They could go D-line. All right, Roger's on his way back out. Where are you at in your stream?
I think mine froze, so I'm nowhere. So feel free to announce it when you get it, because I'm restarting mine. Okay, I'm up. He's at the stage now.
All righty. That's interesting. That's kind of shocking.
Oh.
Some weird shit's going on in this draft.
Okay.
Didn't see back-to-back first-round tight ends.
Huh.
That is very shocking.
Okay, so let's go over the Raiders skill pieces. So Brock Bowers, let's just say it. He is the pick for the Raiders. Welcome back, Connor. Brock Bowers to the Raiders.
Wow. Okay.
So they have Devontae Adams.
They took Bo?
Yeah. They took Bo. Denver took Bo. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, we have a lot to unpack here.
Okay.
So
I got a cocktail.
The Raiders have Devontae Adams. They have Jacoby Myers, really good number 2 receiver in the NFL. They got Michael Mayer last year in the NFL draft, to your point, Sam. A good, I think, from Notre Dame, right? Up and coming, very highly regarded. He had a decent year. And then they get Brock Bowers. And so, I mean, Brock Bowers could be looked at more as an offensive weapon, necessarily as a true tight end. He can do that. But he single-handedly won games for Georgia by himself. I mean, he's a wrecker. I think against Auburn, where they're showing highlights on ESPN. So but to take a tight end that high, draft capital wise, when you have so many needs, is a really weird pick to me, honestly.
That is like a head-scratching pick.
It's a really weird pick. When you could have taken offensive lineman here. You could have taken Byron Murphy, or your choice of defensive player in the draft, because now we're 13 for 13.
That's
in offensive players. We're gonna set a record for tonight for sure.
Wow.
We're probably going 14 too.
They could have taken Terrion Arnold or Quinion. I don't think their corner situation.
Dude, the Seahawks at 16 might have they might be able to take Dallas Turner at 16.
I mean, they're taking a defensive player, right? I mean, unless Fautana, they might. I mean, the Seahawks.
They're gonna have
we're gonna start these conversations really soon here, but
Brock Bowers is a weird pick. Totally. Do you think he's a good fit for that offense?
I mean, fine, but they also have Gardner Minshew throwing them the ball.
Yeah.
So
or Aiden O'Connell. But yes,
even worse. So
I think that's just a weird pick. I mean, maybe you're just taking the best player on your board.
That's it.
That's what it is. That's what it screams.
Only thought, but even then, best player on the board is at the same position that you've spent a first-round pick on last year, at a position where only one really plays most of the time. It is.
It's a head scratcher to be nice about it. I mean, it's a weird ass pick.
All right. Well, let's scroll down here, and this is where some more weird stuff can happen. A lot of red happening. And
I don't think we're gonna see a change in that trend anytime soon.
This is where I start having a bunch of trades too. So I mean, you're starting to get into the territory here in a few picks where Ayuk could be floated, that name could be floated out there as far as trading for Brandon Ayuk and giving up a pick. Whether that be Jacksonville at 17 or Pittsburgh at 20. You could see possibly Buffalo later in the first. Those are kind of the teams that scream possibly trading for someone like Ayuk.
Yep.
So that's a discussion as we get a little bit closer and a little bit later, not quite yet. But with the Saints on the clock here, we're probably thinking O-line here. I think everyone's in agreement there at that point. But there's also their pick of the litter on defense. Is there, I mean, a chance that they could go Dallas Turner here? Or, I mean, some people think that Byron Murphy is the best defensive player on the board. Jared Verse, like, is
They have their
hot
pick
name
of the
out there.
litter. I mean,
Yep.
Yeah.
anybody.
Could they cold
D-line,
corner? Yeah,
corner.
Quinyon
Yeah, that's
Mitchell,
kind
you
of
said.
2 positions of need. So
I think wide receivers too rich. I feel like with Michael, they have Olave. They could use another one, but this is there's great second and third round receivers in this draft. I feel like they could get one later.
Yeah.
And so I think tackle makes sense here. Fashanu, who we picked, is already off the board, but Fuaga makes a lot of sense. They could go Troy Fautanu. I know you guys and I have talked about him going to the Saints in recent, those are the types of players that could make sense for the Saints. That's what I would expect here.
Yeah, I thought about making a very last second switch with Troy Fautanu here. And then once if Fautanu goes off the board to New Orleans here at 14, I think that just skyrockets the likelihood that the Seahawks will be trading down.
The Seahawks are
unless they really like one of the defensive players that's on the board.
I mean, we talked about Jared Verse to the Seahawks. We've talked about Latu, which I think probably they don't even need to explore now. Latu, Dallas. So Byron Murphy, Dallas Turner, or if Fautanu's there, you would think just every I can't say the word. Every mock draft expert out there is thinking like that's all the top of their board. So if they trade down with all those options available, I'm going to be a little upset. I'm going to be honest with Fautanu on the board and Byron Murphy on the board and Verse / Dallas Turner. That's like literally like what else do you want?
Or the number 1 corner 2 years in a row. Like I would be down for that too.
I mean, I don't really want a corner right here, to be honest.
I don't think we need one, but at the end of the day, like if you have a really high grade on somebody like Quinyon Mitchell or Terry and Arnold,
what if they took what if all the defensive players are on the board and they took like Cooper DeJean?
I would be very upset. I'm not gonna lie. Like the value there is so much worse than what we need. I mean, our offensive line is in crisis. Our defensive line. I mean, trench play is so important, especially when you have the 49ers in your division, right?
Yep.
I would be upset if Cooper DeJean, and I think he's a good player. I'm not saying that.
I'm never picking trades again because there's been one trade, and it was from 10 to 11. So
I think that trade hype is always overblown.
So I had 2.
I just thought there actually might because there was so much talent and still so much. I mean, you could start seeing some trades happen because there's so much talent on the board. Like,
but it's just shaking out. Like, this is just an offensive skill position. That's everyone has them high on the board, and that's how it's shaking out.
Yep, totally.
I think because and like the reaches for someone like Bo Nix is just like, or even like I'll say it, reach for Penix at 8 to Atlanta. Like some of these silly picks. Brock Bowers at 13 has put this in a situation where the rest of this draft could just be like absolutely nuts. Like to our
because there's so much talent on the board. Like half the first 12 picks were QBs.
Yeah. So it's like you're kind of sitting here at New Orleans, Indianapolis, and Seattle thinking like, holy shit. Like half these people on the board we didn't think would be here. Like we were not prepared for this.
Right.
And so you can kind of see that like silliness of picks and like dumb decisions continue.
I am just stuck. I am stuck on Penix having to sit.
I can't get over
2 years, at least 2 years, with all that guaranteed money behind Kirk Cousins. I mean, he's going to be like freaking 26 by the time he would even play.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just very disappointed about it. I mean, I'm happy for that he went number 8. That's crazy, but like,
that's crazy draft capital to sit for 2 years.
Yeah,
it's a questionable decision to say the least for Atlanta.
Whoa, Spotrac, that contract place, they went premium. That's so greasy.
Whoa, no.
You look at Kirk Cousins' contract and they show you just like the first year contract terms, and then they're like, to see the rest of his contract breakdowns, you have to pay for the premium account.
They just changed that. That's why it was loading because they were going in.
All right. How about over the cap? I'm going to them now.
Yeah, that's BS. That's public information.
All right,
All right.
Goodell's on the stage.
Reading the pick.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back
All
on the
right,
board, baby.
Connor.
Yeah, you're
Back in.
tied up again. Yeah. The only thing is you lose
I
a
like it.
tiebreaker. You
This,
lose the
that was such
tiebreaker.
a smart pick. That was such a smart pick.
Brilliant.
Yep. I really thought they were gonna go Fuaga there. That's just a smart pick. On the real though, really good lineman out of Oregon State. So
Yeah, it's a beast.
show our Beaver brotherland a little bit of love.
Well, he's
back
from
home in Hawaii
Washington.
with
He played at Mount Tahoma High School.
Yes, he did. Yes, but he's back with his family in Hawaii right now. It looks like in Oahu.
That's Justin's alma mater.
No, I'm Tahoma. Mount Tahoma is a different school. That's confusing. I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a north side kid, so I don't know
what
kind of craziness goes on down there in the south end.
that between Auburn and Kent, man, is just like
that whole
space to me.
Green River area is nuts. Weird stuff goes on down there.
Bunch of winners down here.
Okay.
Talk to me when you make the playoffs, Sam.
Whoa!
Wow!
Shots
Wow!
fired. We're just going
seriously.
for it.
Connor can talk. He's mid there. He's won money.
I'll be lucky if I have a quarterback to play next year.
I was even, to be fair. I didn't technically win money. I just got money back.
That's fair.
All right. So what are we all tied now at? What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 picks, correct?
Yeah, Sam and I on tiebreakers because of the Drake May.
Because of the
And we have the same picks. For
stupid Drake May, Minnesota.
Yeah, we do.
Like, why did anyone think that he was going to go to Minnesota? Of course, they were going to draft
Cincinnati the same.
AJ McCarthy.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah.
All right, so you guys both have corner here.
Ooh,
it'd be crazy if Quinyon Mitchell was the first defensive player off the board, but I could see it. I have Byron Murphy. I don't think they'll go D tackle since they have what's his face, Buckner, DeForest Buckner. They could load up there, I guess, if they wanted to, but I kind of don't see them going that way. They could go tackle. I think they could go defense here as well. They might be a trade candidate as well if they don't like any of the options at this point.
Both of their tackles traded out pretty well.
No, I had Quinyon Mitchell listed twice, so I'm just putting Nate Wiggins in there because I can't. It's not fair to switch my whole one. So I had Nate Wiggins off the board. I don't think Nate Wiggins has any chance to go there. It's a mistake. So
yeah,
I'm letting in a player there.
I didn't get a chance to double check my board. I changed mine so much that I wouldn't be surprised if I ever repeat players.
Yeah, I messed up. So just put a player in there. I don't think we'll go there, and that's fine.
I'll allow it.
Get that point, and then just
if you get Nate Wiggins, right? Though,
I mean, you can. We don't have to.
We
don't have to count it. That's fine. He has no chance, right? Like Nate Wiggins is a small, twitchy guy. Like there's no way in hell he goes there.
I'd put him to Detroit, and I hate it.
Yeah,
I think he's like the anti-Campbell.
Yeah.
I mean, he's really competitive in spirit, but like he doesn't have the power to bite some kneecaps.
All right, so we're one pick away from the Seahawks here. And so I think we had like 4 or 5 submissions maybe for players. So let's see. We had Jacob had Fautanu, right? I think Jacob had Fautanu. Simran had Leatu Latu.
Yep. Anna had
Jaden Hicks. Very bold. Tyler had Chris Jenkins. That's a trade down, I believe.
Yeah. Brett had, who did he go with?
Did Brett go with someone too?
Graham Barton.
Graham Barton. Okay. That's probably a trade down, but I mean they could.
Who knows? Yeah.
I think that's it. I think that's all the ones that we have.
Wow, they're showing Fautanu. That's a big crowd.
He's in Vegas?
I'm not sure where he is. I'd imagine he's
Well, that's what they said. It's in Vegas. Yeah.
That's where he's from. He went to Henderson.
Yeah,
I thought he was a Cali kid. Okay, that makes sense.
I don't love them showing Fautanu there. Don't like that.
Going to Indy?
I mean, I would love that personally as someone who owns Anthony Richardson as their number 1 quarterback of the future.
Seahawks.
Wouldn't you rather him be on the Seahawks though?
No, dude, I'm all in for the
You don't get any
CVU
points.
Vikings fantasy team.
Oh my lord, you don't get any points for an offensive lineman.
Yeah, that's true.
Timer's still
You
going.
were probably hoping that Brock Bowers would slip here. Well, I guess there he goes. Never mind. Sam was probably hoping for Brock Bowers to slip to Indy, though. I know that they were heavily connected with Brock Bowers, and if they knew that Las Vegas was going to take him, they might have traded up.
Yeah,
Because I don't think anyone else has taken Bo Nix. Denver should have traded down from there.
that's the
I had a
thing.
choice
Like,
between Indy and Denver.
that's the thing about Bo Nix is like there were no other teams rumored with him. I mean, yeah, the Rams
Right.
maybe like sprinkled in there, but I don't know. So it doesn't feel like there was a threat if they traded down. But you never know. They just took the guy they wanted, and that's it.
Right.
We'll see if it works out for him. But
yeah, it's maybe that's Sean Payton's guy. I don't know.
So
I kind of doubt it, but
the Colts, I mean, they could. I mean, they have Michael Pittman. They have Josh Downs. That's why Brock Bowers made sense to complement them and have a really good passing attack.
right.
This is a strong case where Terrion Arnold, Quinion Mitchell, corner type player because they need it.
Yep,
Here.
they do need a corner.
There've been smoke the last couple of days that they get Xavier Worthy though. So who knows what happens here?
That'd be that would kind of floor me if they went Xavier Worthy.
Seems a little too
I mean,
early.
everyone's trying to get these like wide receiver trios now, right?
Yeah.
In the NFL. That's becoming pretty popular. And the Seahawks have their own with DK, JSN, and Tyler. So that's a pretty strong, trio, but a lot of other teams don't have that luxury, and a lot of teams have the goal of having like those 3 or 4 pass catchers.
Picking up Goodell is probably not a good strategy given his back surgery. Yeah, that probably didn't feel good.
No, that probably was not a good. Yeah, probably not a good call, but yeah.
Wait, who did that?
Right.
TK?
All right, here we go. Colts.
Wow. First defensive player off the board.
First one off the board.
Would not have predicted that, though. So Simran's wrong because Leatu Latu just went to the Indianapolis Colts.
Okay.
I mean, obviously a super duper talented guy, former UW player. Sam, why don't you speak a little bit about Leatu Latu and kind of his background?
Yeah, I mean, off the jump, he's by far the best pass rusher in this group. I mean, Dallas Turner has the athletic upside, but there hasn't been somebody as polished and as deep of a repertoire of pass rush moves as Latu in a long time, honestly. I mean, he is a technician at rushing the passer. And, he didn't test as like a plus athlete, but he is smooth. He's strong. He's fast. He's flexible. He can bend. I think he's the best pass rusher in this class. Now, obviously, we know a lot about him from his time at UW, like Connor mentioned. There's some checkered past here in terms of medical history. He was actually medically retired by the University of Washington training staff. We would not let him play due to a couple of neck injuries that we felt that playing the game was too dangerous to him as an individual and for liability concerns and just for the well-being of him as a person and longevity-wise, that we weren't going to have him playing for the University of Washington. And then he was able to transfer to UCLA and get medical clearance down there, and he just absolutely dominated like we all thought he would during that opportunity. So I couldn't be happier for him, given where he was when he was medically retired. We all knew the potential that he had, and goes to a really good situation in Indianapolis, in my opinion, where he's gonna, you got somebody like DeForest Buckner to take some heat off of you, and he's gonna be playing right away as their premier pass rusher. They got Kwity Paye a year or two ago, so I'm really happy for him. He's a former rugby player, so he's got the toughness about him, and just all around really good football player, and somebody that you just wish for the best and hope that medical history is, exactly that, just history, and doesn't creep up in his professional career. And, being medically retired at one college to becoming the number 15 pick in the NFL draft is a pretty incredible story. So you got to feel pretty good about that.
Any follow-ups there, Justin?
No, summed it up well. And that 2019 Huskies recruiting class was nuts, by the way.
Yeah.
I
think maybe
Puka Nacua, Troy Fautanu, just a couple of names. But I mean, it's just,
And just to segue
about that. Yeah. I mean,
and just to segue to the Seahawks, like Simran even predicted it. Like, this is a pick that we thought the Seahawks would be interested in with Latu here. Fautanu, who's part of that 2019 recruiting class, is available. I think Justin and I both have Fautanu here.
Yep. I'll pull that
Connor,
up now.
you're expecting a trade here. Seahawks are on the clock. I mean, Latu is a great story, and I think that we could talk about it for a long time, but with our listeners, we should probably focus in on what we got here in front of us with the Seahawks pick.
So if we had to rank from highest to lowest likelihood, Connor, what do you think is going to happen with the 16th pick? Now the NFL draft is gone.
Now with Dallas Turner there too, that's interesting. I think for someone like John Schneider, that someone like that has fallen in your lap at 16. I still think he's working the phones right now, personally, just because he likes to trade down.
Yeah.
That huge gap between 16 and 81, I just think is like giving him nightmares right now. And I think he really wants to get into the second round with a trade back if he can. So I think he's working those phone lines. And with someone like Dallas Turner still on the board, you might, and all the corners are still on the board, you might be able to finagle something here. This clock's down to 3:20 right now, and there still is no pick in. So I imagine he's at least entertaining phone calls. If they stick and pick, what do you think happens though, Justin?
I don't know. The Seahawks are a weird team, man. They're a weird team. Like, I could see them taking like Terrion Arnold or something because they're worried about Tariq Woolen's health, or they're going to plan to trade Tariq Woolen, so they want a corner. I could see him going Cooper DeJean and Mike McDonald wanting to establish like a Kyle Hamilton type role like he had in Baltimore.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I have Troy Fautanu because
Cooper DeJean's a really good player. Like, I'm not discounting that. It's just I question the value at 16 with 100%. What is on the board now.
They have everything on the board, so you could argue it two ways. They stick and pick because their guys here. Is there's so many good players left on their board, they trade down and hope one of them falls. I think you could argue either.
I think you'd still have a pretty good chance at landing one of your guys if you trade back. You just can't trade back too far. I have a trade with Philly that's 6 spots back at 22. All right, picks in. So never mind my Philly conversation.
It's got to be. Come on, guys. Let's stop beating around the bush. This got to be Troy Fautanu.
That would make the most sense.
It would make so much sense. Most sense. They're not only
is it the pick that you would be the most excited about with everything on the board? Would you be most excited to get Troy Fautanu? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Not only that, but his O-line coach is at the Seahawks. His offensive coordinator is at the Seahawks. They know him really well and what his strengths are and to slot in.
And I just think, like we've talked about it in previous episodes with, you've got your 2 offensive tackles in previous draft class with Abe Lucas and Charles Cross. Both have had some injury concerns, and most namely Abe Lucas. And so at this point, it's like, go get the guy that can be your starting left or right guard. And if anything happens with your other tackles and Lucas or Cross, like, this is a guy that you can kick out to that position. A guy like Troy Fautanu adds just way too much value to this team with where we're at right now to pass up. And like, I get it. If you have some crazy draft grade on Dallas Turner as a top 10 pick and like you're shocked that he's here, I still think that for the fit on the team, you got to go with Troy Fautanu. But the thing that's interesting to me, and again, a thought that I had on a previous podcast, is like, this is a new era of Seahawks football. This is John Schneider's team. Like, I know Mike McDonald's in town, but like, that's a first-year head coach. This is Schneider's team. This is Schneider's draft. And I'm just curious to see what he's going to do with it and if there's any like obvious trends away from what Pete Carroll mandated in the past.
I don't know. I feel like I get the sense that John had a lot of input into previous picks as well, but
I think he did too. But at the end of the day, it was Pete's call.
Yeah,
that was blatantly obvious, especially with the way that they kind of
Sure.
talked about each other and Pete stepping down.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh,
Who is
guys,
this
I just
they're
got a little bit
showing?
nervous.
Dallas Turner.
Dallas Turner.
Yeah.
If they pick Dallas Turner, what would your feelings be?
I wouldn't hate it.
I think that's the next most likely at this point.
I'd get it.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's probably a situation where you just go best player available.
Yeah.
Right. Which is what John says that he does. I don't think that he actually does that, but
no. I'd just be nervous that you're looking at a potentially, Darrell Taylor 2.0. I mean, obviously more productive and played at a better program, but kind of similar players.
I think he would hold up against the run a little better than Darrell Taylor, but yeah, I see your point.
I really want this to be Troy so bad.
I think you're speaking for all of us, man. I think Troy makes the most sense. Obviously, he's a hometown hero with him being a UW grad and being on that team that just appeared in the national championship. And Justin said the ties to the new coaches on the offensive staff just make too much sense. And he fills a huge position of need. And if he's not the best player available, he's close to it.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not far off as far as tier goes. Like a lot of people had him going in the top 15. So I think it'd be a good pick. All right. I think Goodell will be making his way out to the stage here in just a moment.
Nice and slowly, right?
Yep. Yeah. Now they just cut away, so maybe another moment.
Air base in South Korea.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So we're about to be halfway through this first round, guys. Like, obviously,
I feel like it's been
right now is on the seat. It has been buzzing, but it's already 7 too. It's on pace to be 4 hours.
I think it's because we've done so much research and we have so much to say that like this is the first episode that I felt like we don't have enough time to talk about each pick.
It's a 4-hour episode that we don't have enough time.
We still haven't unpacked Penix.
I have a lot more respect. Well, I have a lot more respect for like Mel Kiper and the gang for like having to do like all this analysis in between picks and talking about players and fits and stuff like that when you only have 8 to 10 minutes between each pick. It's a lot.
All right, here we go, boys.
Yep, Goodell's on the stage.
I hate that they cut away from him.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Okay,
defensive tackle Byron Murphy going to the Seahawks.
Look,
I don't like that, guys. I'll be honest.
Look,
I don't hate it.
A guy that gave us problems. A guy that gave upon first glance, I hate this. I hate this too. But if you're trying to spin this in any way,
I'm not a fan of this at all.
If you're trying to spin this in any way,
oh my god,
this is the guy that resembles the guy who just retired the most in this draft.
Sam, go ahead because you have a lot to say right
now. Who does he resemble, Connor?
I don't think he does, but some would say he resembles Aaron Donald as far as his twitchiness.
Oh my god. Okay. There's no way. This guy's got T-Rex arms. He can hardly even reach the line.
Aaron Donald has short arms too.
Aaron Donald is one of one. Like this.
Yeah. I agree.
Oh man. I don't think he's a terrible player. I would take Byron Murphy.
This is a mocked out situation. This isn't out of nowhere, Sam.
No, this is
No, I know. I'm not reacting like this is some asinine pick. I'm just reacting that like I said it, and you all would expect me to react this way. If Fautano's on the board and we don't pick him, I'll lose my mind.
And here we are. Lots to unpack. The Vikings just traded into the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Holy cow.
So the Vikings
so they came up
there.
from 23.
Yeah, I guess. I haven't seen the turn. I'm just.
Are they getting Troy? Who are they getting? No, they got to be getting maybe Dallas Turner
No. Yeah,
Yeah,
corner
probably.
or
or
I don't know.
corner. Yeah, they're trying to get ahead of Cincinnati so they're trying to get ahead of Jacksonville. Or no, they
Well, they
just
traded with
traded with
Jacksonville,
Jacksonville.
so getting ahead of Cincinnati or the Rams for something.
My guess is it's the edge. Both
Yeah.
Cincinnati and the Rams could use an edge. My guess
Well,
is they're like, let's go get Dallas Turner.
Yep.
Man,
Wow. I mean, the Seahawks. I mean, line play is so important. They have Leonard Williams, the pair Leonard Williams with Byron Murphy and Mike McDonald, because this is Mike McDonald's
Yep.
defense now.
Yep.
And so, what he wants to do with that defense, it could be formidable line, and you need it.
I feel very similar about this pick than I did Devin Witherspoon last year. Like, I could be convinced.
Yeah,
This
I can
pick.
buy into it for sure. It's not. I would have been more upset if it was a corner, honestly.
Totally. I would have been more
So-
upset. I honestly, I like the Byron Murphy pick even over Dallas Turner because I think
It's-
this is more of
I
a
would
need.
agree with that.
It's a value. I mean, defensive linemen are so valuable if they're good, right? And so if
Yeah.
you get them on the cheap like this, I mean, for rookie contract.
You guys talked about how he was
Oh,
flying
man.
up boards.
I know. I'm sorry, guys. Like, I'm not trying to be a stuck in the mud on this because I do think that he's a good player and I do think that he adds value to the defensive line rotation for sure. But like,
I mean, he
You got-
gave us
you got-
problems in like if Penix
Kind
wasn't
of.
on his A game, that could have been a very different game against Texas because he was the one guy consistently in the backfield.
Yeah, that's true. But I'm just saying, like, for the Seahawks team, like, you look at our D line, like, yeah, he'll add value, but you got Jaron Reed, you got Draymond Jones, Leonard Williams, Boye Mafe, Darrell Taylor, Uchenna Nwosu's coming back. You drafted Derek Hall. Like, there's bodies like that. There's, like, yeah, you could use another stud. Like, if you think Byron Murphy is the next Aaron Donald or even 80% of Aaron Donald, like, yeah, take the guy. But, like,
Jaron
All
Reed's
those-
I think,
all
got
those-
one more year left too.
I know,
It's
but
not
I'm just saying, like, all those names that I rattled off, like, that's a squad going into next year. It's not like the best D line, but like you got bodies, you got guys that can play. I'll read off the names that we have on the offensive line room. You've got
Real quick. I just want to say Minnesota selected Dallas Turner.
Yep, that makes sense.
shocker.
Yeah, so that's why they trade
That's
up. They
incredible value. Incredible
Yeah.
value for Minnesota there.
That's a good move for them. But like on the offensive line side for the Seahawks, you got Charles Cross, Laken Tomlinson, Uluwatimi, Anthony Bradford, Abraham Lucas, George Fant. Like, I just think that passing up on Fautanu at that spot is going to be a big mistake.
Yeah, offensive line is the biggest need, so they must think they can get it later in the draft, right? But they
Yeah,
don't
I
even have a
guess so.
second round pick, though, is the thing, and so they're going to be getting. They must like some third, fourth round guys. So it's scary. though.
Unless they think about trading someone like DK or
Oh,
or
boy.
if they, I mean, I don't think that's going to happen, but or if they are looking into possibly trading Tariq Woolen, like these are all possibly options to get back into the second as well. I don't see it. I think they're. I have a hard time believing they're going to wait till 81 to pick again. Like I think they're going to try to move up, but it might not be in the second round. Might just be higher in the third round.
Yeah. I'm assuming Jacksonville got 23 out of that
Yeah,
trade.
yeah,
Yeah, and
I
something
just
else.
I just
Probably
saw it on the Pat
probably
Mac.
a second rounder.
I think they got a third and then a couple picks in the 25 draft too. I didn't see
Yeah.
what.
Oh,
round,
wow.
So they got a haul.
That's not bad return.
Yeah.
So Minnesota's got McCarthy and Dallas Turner, two top 10.
And
value.
Dallas Turner at 17 is a good
Great.
value,
Incredible
for
value.
sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Cincinnati, Byron Murphy's off the board. So I'd say Jared Verse is looking like a really nice pick right here
Could
for
be.
you, Connor.
Could be.
Yeah.
Jerzon Newton's a high name. I mean, he had some great
Mhm.
tape at Indiana, or I'm sorry,
Yep.
Illinois as
Yeah.
well. There's also the situation where T. Higgins is asked for a trade and Hutchinson has asked for a trade. And so do they go
Yep.
for defensive line help? Do they go receiver and get like
They
Brian
could go
Thomas
Brian
Jr.?
Thomas. Yep.
And so you'd see it. I bet Verse seems like a nice pick, or Newton. I would say those two seem the most likely. Jacob, as a
you got
Bengals
Latu
fan,
off the board and Murphy off the board as far as defense. I mean, any other players on offense besides a receiver that would make sense here? Like, Fashanu's is still on the board, right?
No,
Fashanu
Fashanu
went
off.
to the
Oh, he
the
did?
Jets.
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 Okay. I was gone for that too. Sorry.
No, you're good.
I think if you're looking at offensive line, you've got Mims, Guyton,
and Fautanu.
Faltano, yeah.
Is Fautanu going to end up on
And
the
Graham
Rams?
Barton.
And
I would
Graham
say
Barton.
you would take Faltano over Barton, though, right? I mean,
Yeah, I would.
Does Fautanu end up on the Rams?
a good possibility. Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope that he ends up in Cincy.
He could end up in Pittsburgh too.
Protect
if he's
Joe
still there.
Burrow.
Really,
Protect
I mean,
Joe Burrow, that's what I
Fautanu
have
is
to
coming
say.
up to a bunch of teams that could use him. Cincinnati, the Rams, Pittsburgh, Miami, all could use interior offensive line. I mean, it's kind of like, again, a moot point with Fautanu because like any team that needs any offensive line position could use him because he's so versatile.
Right. Yeah, it's gonna hurt whenever he goes off the board at any point now because we passed on him. But
I just feel like
I can be convinced into Byron Murphy though, and it's like Justin said, it's Mike McDonald's team now, you know, and he's a defensive-minded head coach. I have a feeling he has plans for someone like Byron Murphy, to impact this defense. And this defense sucked last year, especially against the run too. So we need help in the trenches. Like I know you talked about how it seems like we're set and we got studs across the defensive line, but those guys were all there last year and they were terrible
that's
against
not true.
Well,
Uchenna Nwosu was gone.
Yeah, but he's
Leonard
not a lineman. Like he's not a true lineman. He's an outside linebacker. I'm talking like
he's your leading
along
sack
your
producer.
along your 3-4 front, like as far as your line goes.
Yeah.
You know, you talked about Draymond Jones, Jaron Reed, and Leonard Williams.
Yeah.
You had Byron Murphy into the mix. And you also talk about when did the last time that the Seahawks went to the Super Bowl? They had like a line.
They had dudes.
They had dudes and they were just churning them out. Like Michael Bennett was a backup. Cliff Averill was a backup. Like,
yeah,
if you're able to put together something that resembles that, I'm not saying any of these guys are that, but like if you just that's the idea behind this, you know.
Sure.
If you're able to just like rotate guys in, have them fresh, and that you don't have any kind of drop off between your ones and twos there.
Yeah,
I can buy into that. And the fact that Byron Murphy has upside, and you know that like someone like Jaron Reed is going to be phased out here. Like Draymond Jones was not anything to write home about last year, even though we paid him a lot of money. Like he could be on his way out after this year as well. I doubt. I think it was a 3-year deal, right? So he could probably theoretically be cut after this year if we wanted to move on. So, I mean, Leonard Williams and Byron Murphy, I think, are your dudes for the next couple years at least.
Yeah, yeah.
So I want to portray it in a positive light. I get that, like missing out on Fautanu, and mostly it's just the hometown bias there that sucks. But it's also it's a huge, like they're gonna have to address that guard position. There's some decent guards that could be had in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th round though.
Yeah, we'll see. I think history will, or we'll see.
If they end up with a Cooper Beebe or out of Kansas State, or
Hayes from UConn or wherever.
Yep, Hayes from UConn. There's one other guy that I'm thinking of too. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Nobody picked Byron Murphy, right? Like we don't owe anybody a sweatshirt.
Nope. Yeah, we don't owe anyone a sweatshirt. I'm trying to think if we could like put together anything else before.
Just let us know if you want.
Who we could say who's the next UW guy to come off the board after Fautanu.
Yeah. I think the only other person that got any first round buzz was Jalen Polk in Peter Schrager's first round mock draft.
Rosengarten
and some.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
I think those are your two obvious ones. I mean, Braylon Trice would be a super sleeper. McMillan, super sleeper.
So it sounds like Jacob Blizzard is a Bengals fan.
Yeah. So where do you think that they're going? Where do you think that they're going, Jacob, with the Bengals here? Picks in. So what do you think this is going to be?
Who is Mr. Irrelevant? I have no idea.
Brock Purdy.
Well, for that 1 year.
Oh,
All right,
this
here we
year,
go.
God.
I'm just going to say it. Rodgers got one button undone more than needs to be.
We haven't had the typical Caroline question of who's the most attractive
Okay,
person in
well,
the
they're
draft
protecting
yet.
Joe Burrow with a massive human being.
Oh, is it Mims? Yeah.
It is.
Okay. Yeah. Wow. I think he's played like 7 or 8 games, right, for Georgia, but he's just a massive person.
Limitless talent, though, like as far as like upside goes. Like this dude could be great, but yeah, very, very little experience and pretty raw.
Did Grant guess Byron Murphy?
He keeps saying that he did, but I'm trying to find the receipts, and I'm not able to find it.
Yeah, I'll have to look back here.
All right, so they go tackle. Yeah, Joe Burrow, don't want him to get injured again because they need him, obviously. So, I mean, tackle was a need for them, and if they thought Troy Fautanu was more of a guard at this level, then they went with
a lot of teams see him as a guard at this level.
Yeah, so biggest, baddest dude available. Now you have the Rams who could tech Troy for sure.
And you honestly talk about, the fact that Troy Fautanu might be seen more as a guard. And let's face it, guys. John Schneider does not value the guard position. Like, it shouldn't be surprising that he didn't take someone who's going to play guard at 16 overall.
It's high draft capital for a guard, for sure.
Yep. But I mean, we've also seen guard paid this offseason.
True.
You saw Damian Lewis get paid.
Yeah.
So it's interesting because it's obviously like he doesn't value it, but I also and I get that as far as like the value of positions on a football field. But at the same time, like it's been such a huge hole that you have to address it somehow. And you have tried to do this late round bullshit for years on end at the guard position, and it has not panned out. Phil Haynes didn't pan out.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a problem.
Even Damian Lewis didn't really pan out. Like, he was okay for 4 years, but he signs a contract somewhere else. Like, you didn't want to pay him.
That's been the story, right? Like,
yep.
James Carpenter, same story.
Yeah, I'm not seeing Grant picking Byron Murphy upon first glance. So,
I mean, this could be a place where Justin takes a lead. You got Jared Verse here. We both had them.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we had Latu going off here. You had Chicago trading, but
I could see Jared Verse here.
I mean, I have Latu later. So, yeah, I agreed that Latu was my favorite defensive end in the class. I thought some teams would ding him on the medical stuff, but I love Latu. Yeah. Jared Verse is a really solid player, too. Super strong.
Mm-hmm.
The Rams, who knows? They could go Fautanu for sure. What are the other tackles available? Tyler Guyton.
Yeah. Then you're into like Jordan Morgan.
I could see him going Brian Thomas here too.
We've got a lot of tackles.
Wouldn't that be insane?
Yeah, I mean they have like Cooper Kupp and Puka with Brian Thomas, a little more vertical threat.
We talk about the wide receiver trios, man. It would make some sense for sure. And you have to think Pittsburgh is thinking about Brian Thomas in the next pick. So
yes,
take them here.
Which both of us have. I think this could also be a Jerzon Newton.
Yep.
Landing spot too, with Donald calling it quits.
Yep. That's a dude that I did not have in my first round that I regret not having in my first round. So
I just feel like D-line is too important of a position, and it's a pretty weak class up top that, like, Byron Murphy was obviously going to go off, but I felt like I had to try to fit Newton in somewhere. I don't know if I ended up fitting him in or not.
He's the consensus second guy. Darius Robinson's been kind of rising up boards as well, but Newton
but he's kind of a tweener. Robinson's kind of an edge though at the same time.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, he's probably a 3-4 end, like in reality, but yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I I think the more and more that we hear and see what Byron Murphy could be capable of, I could be excited about that pick. The rest of this draft has to pan out, though. They have to address some other positions for sure. And that's how I felt about Witherspoon when we picked him too. And I think it ended up panning out okay last year. All right, Rams pick is in. So we're thinking either O-line or defensive end here. Any thought of corner? You can go Quinyon Mitchell.
I don't think they go corner here.
No.
I mean, they could, but I don't think they do.
Yeah.
Definitely I think they're
Jacksonville is smart to trade back because they're going to get a top corner at 23.
They are, yes.
And now that pick looks terrible for me because I had the Chargers spot at 23, and I had them taking Mims. So at least it's not like a wasted pick of someone else. But
I'm really nervous if they pick Verse here. It could be Justin's off to the races.
Verse or Brian Thomas are what I'm the most nervous about.
I mean, Brian Thomas to Pittsburgh, you guys both have him there, and I don't. So that's where you could catch up right away.
Yeah, possibly. So. As a Seahawks fan, who do you not want this to be?
I don't know. I don't think there's a player there that is like the oh my god. I think Verse,
Faltanu.
If Faltanu and Verse are like the smart picks, I think.
All right, there you go. Good job, Justin. You got to agree.
All right.
Oh shit! I need Brian Thomas here so bad.
This is gonna come down to it, guys. We got
12
picks left, and
man,
and I are tied, and Justin's up by 1.
Honestly, Justin, that's a really good pick.
That's
19.
A
He's a strong player.
19, no trade or anything. You got that clean.
Nice. All right, Connor, we really need this to be Brian Thomas.
We need this Brian Thomas. If we both get Brian Thomas here, though, these last 11 picks,
sweating it.
Gonna be a race.
Because
here's the thing. I won't be right here on Barton because I can't imagine the Steelers will take him over Faltanu. I mean, that's just
not likely.
Faltanu's such a good player.
Unless they really want if they want the positional versatility that he could play center.
Yeah, that's fair.
Faltanu is not really viewed as a center.
No, he's not.
He could though.
Could, but he's more of a tackle
Graham
guard.
Barton's actually done it.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah, I have my Nate Wiggins throwaway at 23. That was dumb, having Quinyon.
Tyler says that Ian Rappaport liked the Byron Murphy pick. I'm interested to see Seahawks Twitter later.
I think
it's going to be generally positive, honestly.
Yeah. I'm obviously overreacting because I'm so high on Faltanu. I feel like he fit a critical
and I get it.
I don't think Murphy's a bad addition to the team by any means.
No, it's not like they didn't reach on anyone.
No,
they didn't.
No,
they didn't go like Tyler Guyton at 6.
They didn't do Rashad Penny or LJ Collier type of picks.
Right.
No.
This wasn't a stupid. Yeah. This wasn't a stupid pick by any means, and I think it addresses something that we honestly need. You kind of always need. So the rest of this draft really needs to pan out.
I was a second rounder, but yeah, we did get.
But it was first pick of the second.
Yeah.
round.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was very.
I'm just nervous because it's we've done this before. Where the hometown guy is sitting there. Obviously, we should have taken Buda Baker. We take Malik McDowell. It's come on, guys. I'm just nervous.
What if we end up with Eddie and Jack Westover?
Then fine. I just feel I just think missing Troy was a big mistake.
Troy's an athletic freak too. He is a really good player.
He's going to be really good. He's going to be really. Hugh Millen thinks that he could be an All-Pro guard, Hall of Fame guard.
Yeah. So I think he could play for a very long time.
Yeah, it's just that he's
athletic,
he likely is going to be a guard though, right? He's likely going to be a guard.
Yeah,
he's going to find success in this league.
I just don't think that there's many players at the NFL level that can honestly be productive as a guard and a tackle.
Yeah. I think
I think those people just
an above average
so
tackle,
rare.
but I do think he could be an elite guard.
Totally. But that's my thing is those guys are so rare that could do both. And to have that ability, one of your tackles go down and your season's not over because you can kick Faltanu out. It's easier to protect an inexperienced guard. It's just whatever. I'm beating a dead horse at this point.
I mean, we're gonna talk about it more on the podcast,
Yeah.
in later episodes as well as this offseason trolls along and we get nearer to the season. So it's gonna be a talking point. We'll have more to discuss as time
All right.
goes along. But the Steelers pick is
Question.
in.
Yeah, question to you, Connor, about the Steelers pick. As a fantasy owner of George Pickens, if this is Brian Thomas, how does that make you feel?
I'm okay with it. Like I think you need a guy like opposite of a guy that you have to just take the pressure off. Like I don't want them just right now they have like no one else. Like they could just bracket George Pickens and they'd be fine. You'd probably be getting a bunch of targets for the tight end there, but for your team, Sam, but for Firemuth, but I mean, they had Deontay Johnson last year, and George Pickens was obviously decently productive, a little up and down, like inconsistent, but that's just kind of the player that he is too. So I think he's still going to be the wide receiver one, so long as Pittsburgh doesn't trade out of the. Well, they didn't trade out of this, so I'm thankful because it's not going to be Ayuk.
Yeah.
If for me that I have both Ayuk and Pickens, that's what I fear. Is that Ayuk and Pickens are on the same team, and especially a team like Pittsburgh who doesn't pass the ball a lot with a coordinator like Arthur Smith. I mean, that's not
some
the targets
not
are going to be
me.
there.
Some call him a football terrorist. I've never said that, but
Yeah,
Who?
Arthur Smith.
Oh, yeah. Who said that?
Arthur Smith. I'm
Definitely not me.
more worried about George Pickens because of Arthur Smith than I am about them selecting Brian Thomas here. I'll just say
Mr.
that.
FedEx.
That
Yeah.
guy.
That was news to me.
So
last
Jacksonville's.
year.
So hold on, guys. With Ayuk, Jacksonville's at 23 now. They could
Yeah.
technically trade that pick now for Ayuk if they didn't want to go corner. I think they go corner. I think they pick at this point because the way that the draft is falling.
Yeah.
But if you get a run on corners out of nowhere here, and they don't feel like they have the guy, like I don't know. I think it's a lot. It's been a lot of smoke and mirrors, obviously, though, with the whole Ayuk and even they were floating Debo Samuel as well.
I think they just also could take a receiver.
Yep.
Yeah,
They
I
could
think that's
take
what
Brian
they'll do.
Thomas.
Yeah.
Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Yeah. Assuming that that's not the pick here at Pittsburgh, I think that makes sense. My buddy.
I mean, they could take. Well, if Brian Thomas or they start taking, an Xavier Worthy or an AD Mitchell, like.
Yep.
Kind of surprising,
are
Xavier.
available.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. My buddy Sean Moran, shout out, sent me a little like tweet image from Diana Rossini, Kirk Cousins, in quotes, a bit stunned by the Falcons drafting Michael Penix Jr. Then Sean adds his own quote, "What a baby." I don't know.
It's a weird pick. It's a weird pick. We haven't had time to really wrap our heads around that fully yet, but that's
no. Like the fact that he will be 28 by the time Kirk Cousins' contract is up.
I think you can get out of it after 2 years pretty easily.
Probably.
Yeah.
But still, even then, like Penix is not, you don't draft somebody at 8 to like.
When he's going to be 24 this season, so 26. Say it's 2 years. 26
You're either
years old.
drafting him to play or you're drafting him because you were, messing around with some trade hostage situation.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know.
That has to be the most head scratching pick at this point. Because Bo Nix is head scratching a little bit, but like that was mocked.
Kind of expected. Yeah.
It was an expected head scratcher. Like we've been scratching our heads for like months on that one. Michael Penix Jr. to Atlanta at number 8 after the signing of Kirk Cousins this offseason to the mega contract might be one of the most head scratching picks I can remember in recent.
That's got to be the talking point for like on talk shows tomorrow, right?
Oh
like,
my
that's
God.
the number one pick that they're talking about. That's crazy.
I mean, if he's the quarter, let's just like hypothetically, if he is the quarterback for Atlanta in the dome, close to home, Tampa Bay guy, with those weapons, I can't say I wouldn't hate it.
No.
Michael Penix,
but you're talking a year or two down the road, probably, right?
Yeah, I don't know. All right, what we got? Cam Hayward.
Cam Hayward is doing the pick for the Steelers.
Man, he is still yoked. That's got to be a custom suit. His arms are so big.
No shit.
He's probably a Hall of Famer, right?
Okay, we need
He's
Brian
a
Thomas
stud.
here, Sam.
Yeah, come on now.
He's making some kind of speech.
I know I can't read his lips. I haven't seen it. 2024.
I try to
NFL
read lips
draft.
for the name, and I'm like, that doesn't look like Brian Thomas Jr. But I'm like, oh, he's still making his speech.
Yeah, he's still talking.
NFL draft. The Pittsburgh Steelers select.
If it's Graham Barton, I'm gonna shit my pants.
They keep cutting away. Ah!
Okay, all right. Well, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna sting, but makes sense. They definitely need interior line help in Pittsburgh, so makes sense.
It's a smart pick. It's a really smart pick. They need Russell Wilson needs his protection, you know.
Justin Fields needs his protection. You're right. Yeah.
That's a great pick.
It's a great pick for them.
Yeah.
Now Jacksonville looks so smart.
It's a good landing spot for him, honestly. Like he's
Brian
going to do
Thomas.
really well there.
Oh,
he's going to do really, really well there.
It's going to be a stud.
And he's not going to really affect the Seahawks in any way, shape, or form because he's in the AFC North, right? So we'll play him once every 4 years. We'll hardly see him unless we're seeing him in the Super Bowl.
I mean, I'm watching his highlights. I'm like, how
He's so
20. Good.
Yeah.
Oh, he's so good. No one's debating that, man. I mean, he's a special talent.
Yeah.
Apparently, there's 19 teams that debated it.
Well, I guess.
I mean,
no one in this room is debating it. I'll just say that.
I mean, Pittsburgh clearly had probably Faltanu, who they didn't think they would probably get, and then Barton.
Yeah.
That's probably their room. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah. All right. So now we go to Miami, which suddenly Miami only has 2.5 minutes left. They took forever to. How long was that speech?
I don't know. That pick was in, and Roger he's that gimp, so he's taking forever to get out there, you know?
I guess so. Well, good for Troy. Happy for Troy. I think that's a good landing spot for him. Treat him well, Russ. Treat him well.
Yeah. So Miami, another offensive line possibility here for sure. What else could they do?
We all have defensive line here.
I mean, Jerzon Newton is another.
Yep.
And they could go edge, but I feel like
Jared Verse is still there. Same as Jared Verse. Oh no, Jared Verse is not there. Sorry, never mind.
I think my dog
just went to the Rams.
I think my dog just escaped my backyard. I'll be right back. He's out.
Oh God. Okay, go find Buddha.
Like somebody let me in.
Go find Buddha.
Oh, I think Caroline got him.
Are you good?
Watching The Ring.
Yeah. Like motion at the front. I'm like, all right, I'll check. I'm like, what the hell is my dog doing out there? Gate must be open.
Tyler has some little commentary here too. Like, yeah, good for Troy. I think he grew up a Steelers fan, so.
Tyler grew up as a Steelers fan, and now he's a Cowboys fan.
No, Troy.
Oh,
grew up a Steelers fan, I believe.
Okay.
Is at least the implication here? I don't know, but that's what Tyler.
That's true. Says. Everyone's listening.
There's no team in Vegas. He grew up in Vegas. He might have grown up a Steelers fan. All right, Dolphins pick is in.
Please be Newton. Come on.
Dude,
you're looking
lock
really
it up.
Good,
lock it up.
Newton.
Nah, I think this
you're
is
looking
the one
really, really good.
On. Nah, Bo Nix, Nate Wiggins is a terrible pick, and then
but then after that, you're wide open again. Besides Latu,
that's fair.
And Mims, you have Mims at 30, but
man, Newton, I could see that.
I need Newton because I could see you guys getting some down the stretch here.
I don't feel great about my Zach Frazier at 26 to Tampa Bay. I feel like that was a little out of left field for me.
I had Frazier going to Detroit, and then I switched it last second. I felt like he just isn't quite a first round guy.
Yeah, if we're talking Ayuk trade, is there any possibility here? I think the only two possibilities I think are Jacksonville and Buffalo at this point.
Yeah, I'd agree.
I don't think anyone else
I
moves
don't
for
see
him.
anywhere else. Yeah.
So he's likely to be a Niner at this point.
Unless, I mean, Kansas City, but I think Kansas City just drafts one.
Yeah.
So they don't have to pay.
Yeah.
They're paying
Yeah.
Mahomes.
Yeah, I don't see that. I could see Buffalo. They just offloaded a bunch of capital. But I mean, if like Brian Thomas falls there, like they might as well
Mhm.
just take Brian Thomas, right? Like you have in
Right.
yours.
Yeah.
But Ayuk's pretty proven too. Like I mean, their number one right now is Curtis Samuel. Like they need to get Josh Allen help at wide receiver. That's no doubt. Obviously, trading Diggs away.
I wish they went faster on this picks is in.
The pick does seem to be in for like
Yeah, and I
at
know it's
least half of
commercial
the
and
clock.
all that.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna grab a beer while the pick is still just in.
So, little side story about the whole Buddha being out front situation. We had a couple trees taken down in our backyard, and I've been chopping wood for like a week and a half. I filled up my woodshed, and then we posted on like Facebook Marketplace for everybody to come pick up some free firewood. So I guess somebody must have left the gate open. I had some guy that was here as we were kind of going live. I told him to close the gate. I guess Caroline let Buddha out like an hour and a half ago. So probably just went for a little joyride. Went to say hi to all the neighbors and then came home. Luckily, he's a good dog. He doesn't go too far, but
that's good. Safe and sound now.
Yeah.
Oh man.
This would be a big pick for you. If you get Newton here, I think that could be all she
Could be curtains, yeah.
Because at this point, I think any of us are lucky to get one pick.
Yeah.
20 and beyond. Man, Mel's best available. You got Cooper DeJean.
I like him at 23 for you at Jacksonville. I could see that. Although Terrion Arnold and Quinyon Mitchell are still there, so
yeah. Brian Thomas Jr., Xavier Worthy, Graham Barton. There's just some good play. I mean, when you go 6 quarterbacks like that, or 6 quarterbacks, like that pushes some really good players down the board.
Right.
Alrighty. Is Roger on his way out here? Let's see. Yep, there he is.
The pick is in.
Miami Dolphins select.
Come on, baby.
Chop Robinson.
Yeah, really. I had him out of my first round, honestly.
Me too. I don't think I had him in here. I think he's too raw.
He's really raw. I mean, he could be good, but I don't know.
I don't know.
There's a lot to develop there. I don't know if I like that pick.
I don't know that I like it from Miami either. I mean, they've got Bradley Chubb, Jalen Phillips coming back off of injury.
Yeah.
They've got some pass rushers. That feels like a reach to me, given what was left on the board.
Who's their interior line? Because I thought they needed better help there.
Yeah, they got Benito Jones and Deshaun Hand.
I hate that pick.
Yeah.
That's a bad pick if you're a Dolphins fan. That's
I think you're talking about Darrell Taylor 2.0. Like, this is Darrell Taylor 2.0.
Yeah.
This guy's light. All he does is speed rush. He has no other moves.
Yeah. Like, there's no way
his get off is amazing. Like that's what he's elite at that, but that's really all he has.
But like, he's probably going to be the 4th best pass rusher on this team. They have Jalen Phillips. They've got Bradley Chubb, Shaquille Barrett. Like, what are they doing?
I don't know. I don't get this one. Truly.
I thought that Newton pick was going to be money for sure, or they would have gone like Graham Barton or something.
Darn. Well, we're still in the heat of competition.
We are. That probably hurt both Sam and I more because we actually have, or I at least have him in the first. Did you, Chop Robinson?
We both don't have Chop in the first.
Oh, I had Chop Robinson in the first. That's bad for me.
Yeah.
Great. Cool. And I have a tiebreaker against me, so I'm not looking good right now. I need one of these to hit here. Like, I'm not gonna get Mims. I'm not gonna get Chop.
Yeah, there's a lot of picks that I think
It's
and
pretty
you
crazy, like how deep they're going into the next clock. Like 2 minutes and 30 seconds left for Philly here.
Yeah.
I think that's part of the
Like the
reason I
pick is
feel
in
like
on the previous one. Yeah, totally.
yeah, I think that's part of the reason I'm feeling rushed on here. It's like, okay, let's talk about it, and then it's like, oh shit, like Philly's gonna be on in no time.
So Philly, I
good.
thought for sure was gonna try to trade up, but I mean
Yeah.
they have their pick at corner here. Like that, I think they're gonna go corner here. Is my
I
guess.
mean, that's the crazy thing. I mean, both I had Philadelphia trading up to 12 to get Terry on Arnold,
right.
and they traded back to 22 and could still pick him. 10 picks.
Well, they didn't trade. They just had
they have him, but your point still stands. Yes, they can get whoever they want.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I see Terry on Arnold, Quinyon Mitchell, whoever's the top of their board here. That makes the most sense because I thought they would go Fuaga.
Hopefully Quinyon Mitchell, because I still have Terry and Arnold on my board to go. But yeah,
they just signed AJ Brown to a mega bucks deal.
Right.
I mean, DB makes a lot of sense. I mean, they have Devontae Smith. They have AJ Brown.
They have a really good team overall, right? I mean,
would they go like Xavier Worthy? I don't see it, but
probably not.
Watch him go like Junior Colson or something.
Yeah.
Or the NC State linebacker. What's his face?
Oh,
Peyton Wilson.
Yeah, Peyton Wilson, or like Edrin Cooper out of A&M. Picks in.
Oh. Yes. Okay.
Can't really tell who they're showing. Is that Nate Wiggins?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he seems more of a Philly guy than a Lions guy. I don't know what you were thinking.
I know, I'm an idiot.
I have the same pick, by the way.
Don't worry.
I feel like San Francisco, if there's no Ayuk trade, which I was banking on, they might not go receiver. I mean, they might still go receiver. Who knows?
They could still go receiver.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because I think, I mean, they got a plan for after. I don't think they're going to pay him that money. He'll just play out his 5th-year option and walk.
Yeah.
If they're not going to trade him. And then, I mean, they got to pay Brock Purdy here in a year.
Any chance Eagles go Jackson Powers Johnson here to replace Jason Kelce?
Jason Kelce? Yeah. Yeah.
Don't you think they go Graham Barton?
I mean, you would think, but
that'd be good for Connor.
I would love that.
Yeah, that would be a nice little point for you.
That'd be clutch.
I think they might go Bo Nix right here.
Yeah.
I don't think Bo Nix was actually taken yet, guys.
Yeah.
Oh, God. 6 in the top 12. Jeez.
Man, that trade just kills me. If I hadn't predicted that trade, I probably would have Bo Nix at 12 and like
I had it too.
Mitchell at 22.
Yeah.
Damn.
I think it's going to be corner, personally.
It makes the most sense.
Anyone else that's left, the 10 listeners that are left, what are your big surprises down the stretch here? Does anyone reach on anyone? We got the Cowboys pick coming up here, Tyler. What are you thinking with the Cowboys at 24?
Definitely not as crazy as it could have been.
No, that's honestly kind of a lack of fireworks.
I mean, the Penix pick.
The Penix thing was crazy. The Penix thing was crazy.
New GM and owner at 12.
But other than that, like honestly, basically everything's been mocked besides like Dallas Turner kind of sliding. Nothing else is really that surprising. Chop Robinson's maybe a little bit of a reach, but
Alrighty. Who we got here? Philly? What is he saying? What is he talking about?
It's like my back hurts a lot.
Ouch.
I had back surgery. Ow.
Yeah.
It still hurts.
Yeah, this Dallas running back conversation in our comments is very interesting.
You think Dallas drafts a running back in the first round? Wow. Tyler doesn't think so, but Tyler, what do you think is going to happen?
I doubt it, but I think that there's definitely some smoke.
Oh, there's a need.
Jonathan Brooks.
Yeah, there's a need.
Holy cow! What is Goodell talking about? I gotta unmute for this. What?
There's no way they take a running back in the first round. No way.
Roger.
Oh my God.
I think maybe they were talking about Lahaina or something. Where are they? Oh, they're in Melbourne.
All right. Yep, makes sense.
Quignon. All right.
That's okay. That's okay.
We're all in it still.
I am not on this next one.
Jacksonville
could go Cooper DeJean.
It's the only real one.
I'd be a little surprised by it, but they could. They could go Nate Wiggins. Like I think that's equally as likely as Cooper DeJean, honestly.
I mean, if I get that and I win because of Nate Wiggins, it's going to be heavily criticized and scrutinized. Yeah. I don't even know because I accidentally.
Oh, it will definitely
twice.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we'll talk about it basically every podcast.
Yeah. Cooper DeJean. I don't think
be sure of one thing, that Amarius Mims is not going to go to Jacksonville at 23.
I had Terrion Arnold at 17 to Jacksonville.
If the Niners go on the clock here, I'm going to shit my pants. Because Brian Thomas Jr. at 23 is pretty good value.
Man, Terrion Arnold is still on.
I know. I had him going 17 to Jacksonville.
Oh, I think that's who they're picking here, though, right? That's likely who they're picking.
I don't know. I could see him going Brian Thomas.
So make the pick already.
Yeah, they could go Brian Thomas.
I had that mocked for a while, but that at 17.
At 17, yeah.
And then I switched it to Xavier Worthy, which was dumb. Shouldn't have done that. Dumb.
I'm just happy that Ayuk is not a Steeler right now. So if we're talking, we need to pull up like some mock drafts in like the third and fourth round to see who the Hawks could pick up, especially at guard.
Yeah, I mean, best available at guard.
Mm-hmm.
You got Christian Haynes from UConn, Cooper Beebe, Kansas State.
Yep.
Then you got Mason McCormick.
That's South Dakota.
South Dakota State.
South Dakota State.
Jackrabbits. Christian Mahogany, Trevor Keegan. Zach Zinter is an interesting one, but
Zach Zinter is the other interesting one. That's the one I was thinking of earlier, just because of the Michigan tie. So, and he's a guy that's been injured, so like his draft stock's down right now, but he's talented. Like, he could have a very good.
Yeah, he was probably a first rounder before the injury.
Oh, if he's healthy, he's a first rounder. I think for sure. So, I mean, if you're able to snipe him somehow in the third round, like that'd be a pretty good pick.
Yeah,
I think you're feeling a lot better about your situation at that point.
Probably.
But guard needs to get addressed. Like, I think we all know that.
Yeah. And
like so you said, if you're talking any of those four guys, like if you get Beebe, if you get McCormick, if you get Zinter, or what was the fourth guy that you said there? Hakens, the UConn guy. Yeah.
Christian
any of those four, Christian Haynes. I'm happy with any of those four. But I think you're talking third round, probably. And you don't have a lot of capital if you're wanting to trade up. You're talking about next year's picks, you're talking about players.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think
you're probably just this might be the draft that you're just sitting and waiting and hoping that something falls to you. You have one third rounder, two or you had 2 fourths. I think you have 1 fourth rounder and 2 fifths now.
This back and forth between Tyler and Grant tonight has been hilarious.
It's always fun in the comments between these two. They're two of our most loyal fans when it comes to these live draft episodes. So it's always fun to see the NFC East banner in the comments. Jacob's still on. Are you happy? Oh, he just left, I think. So I wonder if he's happy with the Bengals pick of Mims. I didn't go back to see if he was happy with that or not.
It feels like it's a little bit of a reach.
Slightly, I think. I mean, I think we all like Fautanu better.
Yeah.
Mims probably projects a little bit better as a tackle long term, and that's probably just what they're thinking.
I don't think Jacob gave us a response, but he was hoping for offensive line before they picked, so I don't think he's going to be too upset about it.
Yeah. No, I don't think so either. We see you, Hannah. We see you, Anna. I know you're here. Thank you for hanging out. I know Justin's got to hop off here in about 20 minutes.
I do. Got a big playoff indoor soccer game against Amigos FC.
Oh no.
The
Are
damn
you at
Amigos
Starfire
FC.
Complex?
Yeah, it's Starfire.
It's at Starfire?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, we played them.
How was the new complex down there?
Starfire is pretty old, but the Sounders one is really nice. If that's what you're talking about.
You've been to the new complex there.
Yeah, it's super nice. Yeah.
So I guess that would make sense. Okay, Jaguars go Brian Thomas.
Yeah.
I knew it.
Yeah.
I would have got it in the wrong slot.
You would have got it wrong. Yeah.
Yeah. But I just knew Peter Schrager had Brian Thomas to Jacksonville in both of his mocks. Like that, he knew.
He knows.
They were picking.
So pairs up with Christian Kirk and Gabe Davis. That's their trio down for Trevor Lawrence. Down
I don't know that I
Jacksonville.
love that, honestly, because like Gabe Davis and Brian Thomas, while Brian Thomas is better, like they kind of have similar skill sets.
Yeah.
Brian Thomas is a lot faster than Gabe Davis.
Yeah,
Gabe Davis
yeah.
is like a pure contested catch guy. Brian Thomas has a lot more upside, I think, than Gabe Davis. But I agree for the most part. They're similar size.
Similar route tree, though. I mean,
similar
Brian
route
Thomas
tree.
Is very vertical. He's not like a route running.
No, he runs like 2 or 3 routes. He's similar to like DK coming out in that.
Well, also
in that
throw
stance.
Zay Jones into the conversation too. Like,
yeah,
sure, yeah.
Not necessarily a position of need, but that offense has got a lot of power. Trevor Lawrence.
They didn't really have they don't have his true wide receiver one though, and they must believe that Brian Thomas could be that.
Yeah. I mean, they even spent like a 2nd or 3rd round pick on Parker Washington last year. Like they've got a lot of wide receivers.
And you're talking about Trevor Lawrence. I mean, is he in his 4th year now? Going into his 4th year?
He drafted 21. Yeah, going into his 4th year.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's make it or break it time for Trevor Lawrence, and they're giving him the weapons to try to prove that he's worth that 1st overall pick that he got drafted with. So we'll see if it pans out. I mean, I think this was a relatively mocked out situation that I think this is a good fit.
This gives you guys a nice catch-up spot at Buffalo with Adonai Mitchell at 28, though. No,
totally. Yeah, that is good for us.
Hours.
As far as like relative to you, yeah. This is going to come down to it, and you're probably going to be off the stream before.
Oh man, I need Tyler Guyton here to Dallas.
I would love some Tyrion Arnold right here. Just saying, I think they're going to go corner. All right, Tyler. Do you think that they're going to go Tyrion Arnold? Do you think they're going to go Tyler Guyton here at 24? I want your opinion here, Tyler.
There's a previous comment he has up there that he could see JPJ, Tyler Guyton, Barton, but he's saying he has a source that it could be a shocking pick. Well, first of all,
who the hell's your source, Tyler?
Congrats on being plugged in to the Jerry Jones.
He doesn't
and Mike
have
McCarthy.
anyone. He's bluffing. He doesn't have.
That draft room does look like the Death Star, though. Honestly, like they're in this like
Mhm.
dark room.
Literally looks like Jerry Jones's Vader. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Man,
I don't know. We'll see, man. This
what a weird
is gonna get
draft.
interesting towards the end here. Not a crazy draft though. Not as
No.
crazy as we were thinking it was gonna be. Still fun, but
Yeah, the Penix thing is weird. There's lots of talent at receiver. Gonna be in the second
Yep.
round for sure.
yep.
It'll be interesting to see how many of these teams like take shots at those wide receivers, maybe here at the end of the first round.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean Buffalo for sure, right? I can't see
mean-
Green Bay taking one. Dallas could. Dallas could take a receiver.
I could see Dallas going Xavier Worthy,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
going for the speed, especially with like the CD Lamb, Dak Prescott
Yeah,
situation.
AD Mitchell is more of a CD Lamb type, so yeah, I could see Xavier Worthy. That seems like the better fit.
Yeah, I mean you got some players for sure there.
Kansas
Tyler
City for
Guyton,
sure could
oh,
be a
I can see that.
receiver. Baltimore maybe even as a receiver. Like there's probably 3 or 4 teams down here that you could see taking a receiver. I mean, there's always the chance that someone trades up, right? Carolina could trade up if they want a receiver.
Yeah, that's a common one mocked.
But they also could probably just wait for someone at 33. Like they're the first pick tomorrow.
They would have to want like Adonai, or maybe I'd say Adonai, Xavier, or Ladd are probably the 3, right?
Yeah.
At this point.
Yeah.
So
Yep. Yeah. Xavier Worthy or Leggett? Because I've seen Leggett go there too.
fair. I was talking about Worthy, but Leggett, yeah, that's a good shout.
All right. We're just above a minute on Dallas's clock, and the pick is still not in. So they might be floating some phone calls.
Might be trading down. Yeah.
Who'd be trading up? Buffalo?
Maybe
It
someone
could
in
be.
second. It could be someone in the second wanting like Washington to come and get like Tyler Guyton.
Oh, that's a good call.
Actually,
Yeah.
Washington's probably bad since in the same division, but something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see
Could
that.
also be
Who are the top few picks in tomorrow? I don't even have it in front of me. So you have Carolina. I mean, it mostly mocks the board, right? So Washington and is New England still have their second round pick?
Pretty sure they do. Let me see if I can.
Carolina, New England, Arizona, Commanders, Chargers, Tennessee, Panthers, Commanders, Packers.
I could see Tennessee possibly trading up too.
Falcons at 11 or 43 technically.
They need to address that defense. Falcons do. Tyler thinks
Yeah.
Worthy is a possibility, and then he said maybe trade down and get Powers Johnson. So yeah, we haven't talked about the center.
Cowboys
Here we
pick
go,
is in
trailer.
though.
Trailer,
yeah.
Trade pick to
Detroit.
Ooh.
Who's
Ooh, that's
Detroit coming up and
interesting.
getting?
Who are they getting? Corner?
Corner?
Terrion?
Yeah, it's got to be.
Yeah. Oh,
Gotta be
Connor's
Terrion
gonna
Arnold.
get one.
Gotta be Terrion Arnold.
Oh.
Come
Watch
on,
it
give
be
it to
Nate
me.
Wiggins.
I know.
my
That would
gosh.
be great.
We'll shit our pants though, dude. That'd be bad for
Dude,
both
I
of us.
know.
Why did they do that? I needed that Kool-Aid to hit.
Oh man, who's it gonna be?
How is that Mahler Millen back mock draft, Justin? Got to get your take on that before.
It was kind of
you know.
lame, honestly.
Really, you wouldn't do it again?
No way.
Yeah. How is Dick Fain as a commissioner?
Doesn't do anything. He sat on the side the whole time, and then every take.
I am not a huge Dick Fain fan.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Same.
Oh man, I'm scared. This has to be Arnold, right? Oh, you're gonna tie it up with me.
Unless they like DeJean. I can see
No,
DeJean being a biting off kneecaps kind of guy, right?
I don't know. I see Terrion Arnold here.
From Iowa?
Yeah,
Boy from Iowa?
It's gotta be Terrion.
I mean, why would you trade up? You know, I feel like.
But you still have the tiebreaker against me, dude.
I do, but I
still in
do.
good shape. We might want to rethink that tiebreaker. I don't know if that's actually legit.
Oh yeah, should we?
Oh yeah, 2 players going to the wrong destinations.
Yeah. Gotta update this, I guess. Huh?
All
Oh yeah,
right.
they're celebrating. I forgot it's in Detroit. Yeah, so they're doing a whole song and dance here.
Yeah.
Oh, they got to be pumped if you're in Detroit and they're
Oh, yeah.
trading up. That's
This is
exciting.
great value too if they end up getting Terry on.
Yep.
I mean, defensive players, you're going to get value. Byron Murphy at 16 is honestly value, dude. Like in a regular draft, he's a top 10 pick.
Yes. 100%.
Man, these Lions.
Sam, you
fans
can
are
disagree all you
fired
want, but like,
I've been drinking since noon today. What pick
they
is it?
have. They have. A lot of them went to brunch this morning and had mimosas.
Yeah.
Is that going to be
This
like
dude
us
on the
and
screen for sure had a mimosa this
Oh
morning.
no, dude! World Cup is going to be next level.
Yeah, I was going to say in the World Cup.
I have it blocked out on my
starting
calendar.
early.
I have it blocked out on my calendar.
Good. Friday. It's Friday game.
June, right?
June, yeah,
26?
whatever. Yeah, whatever
Yeah.
June date. It's a Friday.
Yeah, no, I have it on my calendar. And like I added it to our family calendar and Katie's like, "Why do you have a date from 2026 on here?" And I'm like, "Just don't like I'm not going to be available that day. I'm just letting you know." Like
Yeah.
this
And
is
maybe
far in
not-
advance. I'm
Maybe not part of the
putting
next day, too.
PTO in on my fatherly duties that I am not going to be available that day. So if you're planning on traveling, don't.
Are they
that
going to go to
weekend.
commercial right now?
I don't. I hope not. They've
Green
been
Bay's
picking
gonna have
in
like a
it's been
minute
forever.
left. A minute left.
They
on the
literally
clock
just
for them to
showed
come back.
Terry Arnold like crying. So that's
Yeah,
what
it's got it. I
gonna
mean,
be.
yeah. Wow, tied it up.
This is gonna be big for me.
That's the
This is
case.
gonna be big for me. And then Green Bay could definitely go Cooper DeJean. Then we're still tied.
Which we both have. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
26.
man. It's not looking good for Team Hoagie.
No,
No, I don't think we're gonna have a reigning champ here.
You need Barton.
We're gonna have a new
Bay
champion.
bad.
We're gonna have a new champion this year. It's gonna be
I
great.
mean, Barton, Darius.
We're gonna make a belt
Robinson.
after this year,
I
Justin.
mean, AD Mitchell at Buffalo is looking nice though, because I have Brian Thomas. So that's
but Connor
problem.
hits.
Yeah, but I don't.
I need Kool-Aid to Baltimore.
Yeah.
This is not looking good, boys. We could have
Nate Wiggins go to Dallas. I don't know. Maybe.
Oh God, that would be so.
I think
tilting.
Jackson Powers Johnson would more likely go to Dallas at 29 now.
Yeah, unless
Barton
Barton
bad
is still there. Barton or Guyton are still there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, they probably had. That's probably why it took so long, is they had to wrangle this bunch for the Detroit.
Oh, the Detroit pick. Yeah.
Yeah, they're like,
Oh, yeah,
oh
'cause
shit.
they always have the local high schools and stuff. Yeah.
There's 1 minute left on the clock, and they've traded.
Yeah, I know. Right?
Where did everybody go?
I like this. Detroit fans at brunch. Are you serious?
I don't even think that's a word people know in Detroit.
Probably not. Yeah,
Oh,
you're right.
God.
I've never been to Detroit. Well, I've been to their airport. I'll say that. I've flown through
Same.
Detroit.
Yeah.
There
It's
it
not a
is,
bad
Connor.
Nah.
All right, let's go. I'm back in it. Okay.
So what's
I
the
need one of these
situation
down
here?
the stretch.
You're
So,
tied.
Connor and I are
technically.
tied, but I have the
But he's got a
tiebreaker,
tiebreaker.
and then you're down by 1.
Yeah.
But you're really, like if you tie Justin, then you guys are just
tied.
co-champs.
Yeah.
Like I actually still
Need
need
to
one
go
more.
up.
We're
Yeah.
in the same position, is what I'm saying, Sam.
Yeah.
We both need.
Yeah, but Connor, here's the thing: you can't tie it. You're just an outright winner or not, you know. So 'cause
Correct.
you have 2 picks now that are
Yeah.
incorrect destinations. So
Yep. Yeah, I have Chop and I have is that it? Just
no,
Chop,
I
right?
meant Drake May and Terry on Arnold. Like,
Oh,
Yeah.
yes. Yeah.
I mean, I've
Yeah,
only
which is
I've
fair.
only got one player that's been picked. Justin's got 1, 2, 3 players that have been picked.
although I hate Adonai to Kansas City now. I think Buffalo's
Yeah.
just looking like a juice ball.
Connor's got 1. Yeah, Connor's in a good spot right now.
Connor is
I
in a
will
good
say.
spot.
I can't see Zach Frazier to Tampa Bay though.
That would be a hell of a call. I could see Graham Barton going there.
Yep.
That would get me. That would really open up this whole thing
Mm-hmm.
if Graham Barton goes to Tampa Bay.
I need Darius Robinson to go there like I need air.
Oh, we've been talking about our. I'm so bad at putting this back up. No wonder we only have 9 listeners left.
It's getting later in the draft.
Hey, if you guys need a reason to stick around, sounds like we're gonna possibly have a guest here. I mean, we're supposed to have it now. I guess. Do we want to put him on now? Do you want me to send an invite?
I sent it.
Okay.
You did? Okay.
Yeah.
I do have to hop off in about like 3 minutes, so he'll replace me going forward.
Perfect.
We'll have some outside banter. I'm not sure what's gonna happen. Could get
Could get
weird. Could get weird.
Could get weird really fast.
might have an early end to the stream. We'll see we'll see if we get canceled or not.
Straight up get canceled.
Oh no. He'll be great.
No, it'll be fun. It'll be fun. Be fun to catch up. I haven't talked to him in a while.
We've broken YouTube's policies on whatever.
So many. Yeah. We won't be allowed to upload again.
All
We'll have to
the
upload
policies.
under a different name.
I know.
Change our name. Change
Emerald
our logo.
City
After we made sweatshirts,
Fandom,
we're gonna have to change everything.
Dumb.
Rebrand. Oh
All
man.
right, Green Bay's pick is in. I'll leave after this. All right, Green Bay. What are their needs?
They need a
Guard,
safety.
tackle, safety.
Yep.
Yeah.
This could
Uaga would have been a good pick if he had
Yeah.
come this far. Graham Barton could be a possibility here.
Yep.
Zach
I just-
Frazier's even a possibility here.
This cannot be Cooper DeJean.
Oh, for you,
me.
yeah. That would be disaster class for
That'd be
you.
a dagger.
Yeah, it's over. It's over at that point. I'd very much be okay with that though.
It's like Guyton or Barton feel good here, right?
Yeah. Guyton's a good call too. That's who I should have had at 26 Tampa Bay as Guyton, but oh well.
I can see him going
Tis
potentially
what it is.
pulling the trigger on Wiggins here too, or Kool-Aid.
Yeah, I could see Kool-Aid more than Wiggins, I think, but
I'm surprised you don't have Kool-Aid in the first
Packers
round.
are an up and coming team, man. They're gonna be pretty good this next year.
Yeah.
Jordan Love seems to have figured it out.
Yeah.
They got quite the receiving core. They have a good defense. They have a really good defense.
AJ Dillon, they're going to be their starter at running back, or
Yeah, that's the big question mark
Josh
I think right
Jacobs.
now. But yeah,
Oh,
I
they
mean,
got
Josh
Jacobs?
Jacobs. Yeah,
Yeah.
they got. But I mean, he's obviously had a down year last year too. So we'll see what he comes back with this year. But they paid him quite a bit of money, so I think he'll be pretty good. So 3 Huskies in the first round. Does anyone sneak in at the end here? I think there's too much talent on the board for one of them to sneak
Probably.
in personally.
especially
think we do.
at wide receiver. There's too
No.
many wide receivers ahead of Polk.
There's too many receivers ahead of Polk.
Rosengarten.
A lot
you
of
guys.
tackles have come off the board. I mean, if there's enough tackles that come off the board here and someone still wants a tackle at the end of the first, I could see it. I think Rosengarten's
Maybe.
the only hope though.
I think you got Barton's got to go, Guyton's got to go, Jordan Morgan's probably got to go, and then
I think
don't know.
Morgan and Rosengarten
think-
are very similar, but yeah.
I think Morgan goes second round.
I think he goes 32.
I know you do.
Do you? Do you, Sam?
I do. I really do.
God, this Packers pick.
What if he wins it
Picks.
on the last fucking picks? Like, what if Sam just makes an epic comeback here?
I mean, what's the latest pick? 24, Terry and Arnold. That might be
Yeah.
up there. I had Devontae
It's also the wrong team. but
Wyatt?
yes.
1 year.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Jordan Addison, 23 was last year.
That's pretty good.
You got me beat.
I think you had one the first year that was pretty late.
Devontae Wyatt in 2022, I had number 28 to
Ooh,
Green Bay.
That's pretty good.
that's late. Yeah.
That's going to be tough to beat. I've been
Also
on
not
there.
a good pick, but yeah.
No. Oh, I got Joe Tryon.
Tryon, yeah.
Yeah.
And I got Greg Rousseau.
Oh, and that was 32, right?
Yeah.
That was literally the
Yeah.
last pick. Yeah.
God, you killed that draft, though.
That
Yeah.
was so lucky.
You probably would have been up there on like all the highest mock
Yeah.
drafters if you
I
were.
think I got
Mhm.
what did I have, like 14 or 15, right?
Yeah, you did.
All right,
I guess the
Roger.
Cowboys got a third round pick for that trade, so pretty good.
Oh, good for them. Yeah. All right, Green Bay selects.
Roger's talking to people in the.
Oh boy, Alberto.
Wow. All right. Guess he's not a second rounder, Justin.
Guess not. Eat crow quickly.
That
Doesn't
seems like
help
a reach.
anybody.
That seems
Yeah, it
like a reach.
doesn't help you, Sam, at the Kansas City pick there.
It's the worst situation
No.
for you, Sam, because you actually have him going.
Damn,
I mean, it's
Well.
not terrible because Cooper DeJean there would have killed you.
that would have killed me.
Yeah. So.
I just needed that to not be Cooper DeJean. I need this to be Graham Barton in a
Yeah.
bad way.
Which is very possible. Like,
I
could
think I
definitely
feel
see
good
that.
about this. I feel good
Yeah.
about this.
Well,
If
boys,
Graham
and,
Barton goes here. Holy cow, guys!
It's gonna be a barn burner to the
Yeah.
end.
6
Justin's got to
picks
go
left.
play
And...
some football.
this is my time to depart. You guys are in good hands, audience.
Hey, good luck tonight, Justin.
Thanks you. Amigos FC. It's tough opposition, you know.
Yeah.
So
Nah,
I mean,
Vlad's
screw
got
those
it
guys.
covered.
They've been long in opposition of this household. So
that's
yeah.
right. All right, boys. See ya.
Okay.
See ya.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we'll have a guest member.
He has the right link. You
Yeah,
didn't
I
send
just
him like
forwarded-
last year's link.
No, I just forwarded him this one.
All right. He's still up.
That's questionable. I'd imagine with this draft for the Chicago Bears, he's got to be awake.
Okay. It's a good draft, man. It was the mocked out draft, but like the Bears are
Stacked
feeling good.
on offense.
Feeling good. Yeah, feeling good. They really need line. They really need line.
Do they have a second round pick?
I think so. Yeah.
Where are they at? No, they don't.
Oh, they don't?
No.
Well, there's still good linemen in the third and fourth round here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, going Caleb Williams and Romo. I mean, oh my gosh, that's.
Well, and it's
super
cool because they flew to Detroit basically together, right?
Yeah, and that's kind of
They're
what
on the
gave it
same
away
flight.
to me. It was like they're kind of buddy about it the whole time.
Yeah.
Um,
That's pretty cool. They're going to be a dynamic duo for a while. Both Pac-12 guys too, so
yeah,
that's pretty cool. I'm happy for Rome. He's in a good situation.
he's in a great situation. I mean, my player comp is Keenan Allen. To be honest, it always has been. Like the fact that he gets to go there and learn from somebody like that for a year or two.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a really good comp, and as far as like players still in the league, I think the most the most talked about comp with him, honestly, is Larry Fitzgerald. Which, if he has, I mean, that's Hall of Fame career. Like, that's big shoes to fill.
I still know
Keenan
that
Allen isn't. I mean, he's probably close to a Hall of Famer too, honestly. But
yeah, I could see like early day Fitz. I just don't know that I see Rome filling out to be as big and as a like possession type wide receiver as Fitz. I mean, Fitz was like 230 at the end of his career. He was huge.
I could see Rome getting up to 220 if he really wanted to. I don't know if they'll want him to do that though.
Yeah.
I think he's ideal at like 210, 215.
Yeah. He's so good. I mean, they don't even realize what they got with him.
They don't even know. Man. Washington has a shitload of picks, dude.
Yeah. They got a lot.
They have 1, 2, 3 in the third round. Plus their second rounder.
They have 2 in the second. They've got
2 in the second.
They've got 36 and 40.
Wow, 36. Oh, that's right, because that was a mocked out situation with the Seahawks. If they traded back, they could have gotten possibly both 36 and 40.
Yeah.
If Carolina wanted to trade up to 16. So
that's what I was thinking with Philly. With my trade with Philly was like get one of their second round picks. They got 2 as well.
Right. We are the second pick of day 3 in round 4.
Yeah.
And then we also have 118, so we're the 18th pick that round as well. So round 4 could be interesting for us. We had 2 third rounders, but we traded one of those for Sam Howell.
Man,
So
I haven't been on Twitter at all, but like, are we getting any context on this Michael Penix situation?
that's what I need to check. Oh, bye, Anna. Thanks for joining.
Deuces.
Yep. Oh, favorite night of the year. I don't know about that, but did Booker McFarland change? I feel like it wasn't an orange before.
Sorry,
Maybe
say
I
that
just
again.
haven't been paying attention. Did Booker McFarland change? Did he?
No,
change
he's
suits?
no.
He's been an orange?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I've been paying that close of attention, but
I'm seeing this video clip of the Falcons GM is talking to the team owner Arthur Blank, like a guy who's fighting for his job after taking Michael Penix.
dude, literally, that's. I mean, everyone's got to be questioning that pick. Look, I mean, like, good for Penix going top 10, but like, I think we said, I don't know if that's honestly the best landing spot for him as far as just his career. I mean, it's a good situation for a quarterback to be in, but you've obviously got a guy that they just signed this offseason ahead of you. That's just like, it's unprecedented. I just don't get it.
Man, this is
Buccaneers pick is in, but they have a band on stage right now, so.
I saw another meme that was Any Given Sunday with Dennis Quaid and Jamie Foxx being Atlanta Falcons next season, Kirk Cousins and Michael Penix Jr.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. What if Penix just straight up beats out Kirk this year?
Would you be surprised?
Yes, slightly. Not even slightly. Pretty surprised, yeah.
Damn.
Dude, you're right in it. You are right in it.
Did I get
Graham
it?
Barton. Yep.
Fuck yeah, baby.
God damn it, dude.
We back
this
in
is gonna
it.
come down to it, man.
So
I'm
all
in the worst
tied now?
position now because I'm in the tie. You guys are tied, and I'm the tiebreaker loss right now.
Hell yeah, boy. Woo!
And I know that I have both Justin and I do not have this one right with Arizona.
I do.
Darius Robinson has been mocked out to Arizona here. Like, this is.
That's right. I'm pretty sure this
You
is one
follow
of those,
Peter Schrager way too closely. That's what I just have to do next year is literally just copy and paste.
Peter
his draft.
Schrager's got Darius Robinson to the Cardinals in both of his mocks. Count it,
Yeah.
chalk it up. 3-time champ, 4-time champ. Let's go.
Because then A.D. Mitchell's both of us. Nate Wiggins is both. Like, I have nothing to separate myself from you.
Your Jackson Powers Johnson is a big pick to Baltimore.
But I think he's going to Dallas.
That's possible, especially with Barton off the board.
Justin's pissed. He's in the comments.
I know. From host to audience member.
No. Yeah.
Focus on driving, dude.
Yeah, dude, get off your phone. Oh, man. That's a good pick for you, man. Good job.
I'll take that. Appreciate it.
I'm like clearly in last place here just because I have 2 picks that landed in the wrong team. I'm going to have to get pretty lucky here. God, that kills me. Like, because AD is like my next best pick, I feel like, of what's left.
Oh, yeah, baby.
No fucking.
Yeah, baby.
This is
Yeah.
stupid. All right, we're going to go ahead and end the stream here, guys. So thanks for joining.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh,
Holy
he takes
shit.
the lead. Here he
Oh,
comes.
my God.
The Dark Knight. You
Here
can
he
never
comes.
count him out.
Don't
Oh,
even
shit.
say that,
Watch
dude. You were
Buffalo
shitting your
go.
pants. Like, you were
Watch
shitting your
Buffalo
pants
go.
like 5 minutes ago.
Watch
Get
Buffalo
outta
go
here.
Adonai Mitchell, and then Dallas go.
My
Nick Wiggins.
lord.
Oh my god.
That's so dumb. The only chance that I have is Xavier Worthy to go into Kansas City. That's the only chance I have.
Oh, this is hilarious.
Which then I would still tie you, right? And if Jackson Powers Johnson somehow slips to Baltimore, but I don't think that's happening.
Dude, that Arizona pick came and went so fast.
I'm done. I'm done. It's between you and Justin at this point.
No, not
Justin
necessarily.
looks bad here.
If you got Jackson Powers Johnson and Xavier
Worthy, but
then
like I think that's very unlikely at this point.
I would agree. But yeah, you and me matching AD
Wow,
Mitchell,
that was
Wiggins,
so
and
quick too.
Conkey.
Like they announced those picks within like 2 minutes of each other, and like
Yeah,
literally you were behind and now you're in the lead.
dude, Schrager's the man. I'm just gonna say, he had Brian Thomas, right? I wish I would have stuck with my guns on that. He had Darius
fans
Robinson,
in
right?
the comments.
I know.
Fuck this.
Oh man, 4 times would be insane.
Oh god. I think AD Mitchell here to Buffalo makes a lot of sense though for like getting back on track here.
Yeah. If you're a Buffalo fan, you just pray and hope that it's AD Mitchell.
Unless suddenly San Francisco goes on the clock here.
Or like, I guess if you're a Buffalo Bills fan, do you want this to be Adonai Mitchell or Xavier Worthy? I mean, Worthy's probably more of a comp to Stephon Diggs, but
you mean
who do you personally prefer?
Mitchell's probably a better comp for Stephon Diggs, right?
I thought Diggs was like 5'11" and quick.
He's at like 6 foot, but yeah, I mean, both of them are quick. To be fair,
yeah. Mitchell's fast, straight line. I
think Mitchell's closer to your true X receiver, which I think is what you're trying to draft in the first round, personally. But
yeah, I'd agree.
So I'm higher on Adonai just as a player long term. Xavier Worthy, that being said, like especially like fantasy wise, if he lands in the right position, he could end up being a better asset. But I think if you're talking about like football players, like as far as like what you're looking to field out a football team, Adonai Mitchell I think holds more weight, higher value.
Yeah, I just think that like
trade pick.
Okay, who we got?
Kansas City.
Oh boy, are they trading up to get Adonai Mitchell
or AD? Yeah, I mean we might still be.
I think we're still in it here. Yeah, unless it could be tackle, it could be Guyton. They're trying to jump in front of Dallas.
Yeah, or Jackson Powers Johnson. Who do they have at center? I don't know. Oh, they have the young center. They have the guy that we should have taken. Whatever the Oklahoma guy was, I can't remember.
Creed Humphrey.
Yeah.
They could go tackle. This is probably Guyton.
You think?
Yeah, they got Jawan Taylor and Wanya Morris. That's probably tackle. Tackle or wide receiver. Buffalo trading out of that pick with the wide receivers.
Surprising. I mean, they must like their chances with who's left on the board, but you're opening up the chance that someone could trade up. And
dude, that could save your bacon at 32, though.
Yeah. Maybe. Yeah.
They're not going Jordan Morgan.
This one's irrelevant to me, honestly. Like, if I get it out of Mitchell, great, but I'm still like behind you, so it doesn't matter. Like my key picks here at 30 is the trade, and 32.
But what I'm saying though is the trade to put Buffalo at 32 is more likely to pick Xavier Worthy.
Yeah. I mean, I think Kansas City could have swung at him too at 32, but
yeah. I had it in my head, and maybe I'm scarred because of Kadarius Toney, that they were going to steer away from the smaller, fast guy, and that's honestly where I was going before the trade got announced. Was that like you look at the wide receivers that have run sub 4.3, not a single one of them has been productive.
Has panned out, yeah.
It's like John Ross, like Hayward Bay. Should pull up the list because there's like a handful of them and none of them have panned out.
So Tyler thinks the Chiefs are going Xavier Worthy here, which if that's the case, I'm done.
Yeah,
like
probably.
officially at that point. Which I could see. If they trade up to get Xavier Worthy, I'm not happy.
Henry Ruggs is another one. Marquise Goodwin, Jerome Mathis, Rondell Menendez, John Ross. There's a lot of wide receivers that ran sub 4.3 and none of them panned out. So
right.
That's a cautionary tale for Xavier Worthy in my mind.
Yeah, no, totally. I mean, I get it.
But I had him.
I think if you're talking like, I mean, Kansas City, who had Tyreek Hill at one point, like Andy Reid's got a plan for Xavier Worthy if he comes in.
Yeah.
Like this is the offense that he'd be successful in.
Yeah, I'd agree.
I think that's what's going to happen, personally.
You think this will be Xavier?
Yeah. And then I'll just be done. But I'll keep the stream going, though. Tyler thinks that the Cowboys may even trade down from 29.
Wouldn't that be something?
I mean, that would set them up to take Jonathan Brooks at early second.
Yeah.
So
just the other thought here that they're showing on the screen, signing Marquise Brown.
Yep.
For Kansas City, like that kind of would lead me away from Xavier Worthy.
Yeah. I mean, they'd have what? Rashee Rice.
Well,
maybe.
Do we have any news on that? It sounds like it's going to be a multi-game
I think it's going to get. Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to get mostly swept under the rug, but it'll probably be a 4-game suspension.
Games,
yeah. So, I mean,
the Chiefs pick is in, and they select quarterback Spencer Rattler.
Holy shit! You talk about a talking point for tomorrow. That'd be it. Penix would be a second story at that point.
I still don't think so. I think Penix is going to be.
Do you think Rattler goes in the second at this point if there's 6 quarterbacks already off the board?
Probably.
You think?
Yeah. I think there's a chance.
Do you think the Hawks still take a quarterback?
Yeah, I think we will. I think we'll take.
Do you think it's Jordan Travis?
Probably. That would make the most sense to me.
I think that would fire me up the most.
Yeah, he's probably the quarterback that I feel like.
Because you really need to address guard, I think, in 3rd round at this point.
Yeah.
And I mean, I really would. That would be the pick that you would have a chance at Rattler, I think, but not even a great chance. I think Rattler could go late second, early third at this point.
Yeah, I think you're probably looking at Jordan Travis.
Maybe Joe Milton.
Maybe, but even like
Travis
makes sense because you can just have him like definitely be a multi-year project with his injury.
Well, yeah, he's coming off the injury. Like he's for sure your 3rd string practice squad guy this year.
Emergency quarterback.
Yep. I mean, you probably are cutting Geno after the year at that point, and then you leave it to Sam Howell and Travis to battle it out.
You think we would cut Geno, huh?
He's easily cuttable after this year.
Yeah.
They might stick with him through the offseason or something. I don't know how like the pre and post June 1st money works with that, but
you got to have a plan at quarterback. If you're going to cut Geno, you got to feel good about Sam Howell for sure. Or
which he started in this league. I mean, obviously, God damn it. All right, I'm done.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Makes sense though.
That's pretty nice for me because that takes one off the board for both of you.
Yep, you're sitting pretty, dude. I think you're gonna win again.
How about it?
literally like 20 minutes ago. Graham Barton and Darius Robinson back to back. What the fuck?
Oh boy, I think Schrager had both of those guys. And
Yep.
1.0.
I gotta pay attention to like Schrager's last like 5 or 6 picks.
He's the best. He's definitely the most dialed in my opinion.
He seems like it. I mean,
That's who I listen to the most. Now I'm giving away trade secrets live on the air. I mean,
from a fantasy
departures.
perspective, how do you like Xavier Worthy in Kansas City?
I'm not touching a Kansas City wide receiver with my experience. I'm just not.
He's probably the third option immediately too, right?
Yeah. I mean,
fourth option if you include Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
That's pretty high draft capital to be spending on a.
Well, and to be trading up to get him.
Did Marquise Brown sign a 1-year deal?
Let's look. Obviously, we're going to look at not SPO track. We're going to look at over the cap. Yeah, 1-year deal, 3.5.
Yeah, that's why.
Makes sense.
Yep. He'll ease into it this year and then
very similar players. Marquise Brown, 5'10", 168.
Well, they traded up to get their guy. I'm surprised that they must have thought that Buffalo was going to take him.
Yeah, Cowboys pick is in. That was fast.
That was fast. I think it's Jackson Powers Johnson. So not trading. All right, Tyler. Your fate is on the line.
This could be Guyton or Wiggins. Could be Kool-Aid. This could get spicy here if it's
Kool-Aid would be big. Kool-Aid would be big for Justin.
Right? If it was Kool-Aid, then
I think it's Jackson Powers Johnson. But
if it is Kool-Aid, then worst case scenario. No, he could still win, right? Yeah, he could get A.D. Mitchell at 32. Damn. If this is Kool-Aid, Justin probably has got it. We'll see.
You are correct, Grant. Yes, I am drinking the boom sauce, finally.
What is the boom sauce?
It's a double IPA from Lord Hobo.
Lord Hobo.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like you drink too many of those, you become a hobo. Double IPA?
Double IPA. 8%, 1 pint, yeah.
Sheesh. What's the IBUs in that bad boy?
I don't know if it says. Tyler Guyton. Wow.
Is it?
Yep. You're looking good, Sam.
That's a big pick for me.
Yeah, it doesn't say. They're out of Massachusetts.
All right, because you officially can't beat me.
Correct.
And Justin technically can't beat me either.
Officially the champ again. Somehow, some way. I guess we
4 up, 4 down.
Literally just have to copy and paste Peter Schrager's.
Dude, no, get the fuck out of here with that. No way. I made some changes. Like I got Rome going 9.
You should have had Bo Nix where he had him.
Did he have Bo Nix go 12?
I think he had Bo Nix at 12. Ravens pick's already in. Jackson Powers Johnson. Just get me on the board.
Justin's so pissed because he had Guyton to Dallas.
Yeah.
Wrong slot, homie.
Just have her text me, Tyler. Tyler likes the pick, though. Tyler Guyton. He's probably more versatile than Jackson Powers Johnson. I think Jackson Powers Johnson's a true center. They say he can play guard, but
I honestly I don't love Jackson Powers Johnson.
I know you don't.
I think he's pretty stiff for center.
That's what you say. But Tyler Guyton can play tackle or guard. So
Yeah.
I think that's a good pick.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a good pick for Dallas. You got Tyler Smith,
Guy that's from
Zach
Texas
Martin,
too. That's cool.
Tyler Guyton.
So they're gonna go all Texas here. They're gonna go Tyler Guyton with him being from Texas, like not at Texas, but like just like his family lives in Austin. And then they'll go Jonathan Brooks in the second, right?
Probably.
Yeah.
Jerry Jones, Mike McCarthy, Stephen Jones, they look pumped.
On the Death Star.
Yeah. The Ravens pick is in. That was fast. I think this is Kool-Aid.
You think it's Kool-Aid? I mean, you might as well. Whatever.
Ozzie Newsome is an Alabama guy.
Did Peter Schrager have Baltimore going Kool-Aid?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go.
Chalk it
Copy
up.
and paste. Copy and paste. Yeah.
Chalk it up.
Stupid.
What do you mean it's stupid? It's out there. Everybody can see it.
Yeah. Does San Francisco go receiver now? I don't think they do. I think they go line.
I know.
31. They could go Jackson Powers Johnson.
Schrager had Kool-Aid in both 1.0 and 2.0 to Baltimore.
Wow.
So that's good as done.
It's pretty good value. I mean, for a guy, he was mocked to in like the top 15, most of the season and even early in the off season. He's kind of slid down
towards the end, yeah.
But a talented player nonetheless. Like this is pretty good value.
The Baltimore Ravens draft room, like, just blatantly has their draft boards for each round. Like, could have easily screenshotted that.
Maybe set up the camera somewhere else next year.
Yeah, what the hell was that? Did you see that?
Yeah, I did.
Like, that would be so easy to screenshot. Maybe it's bait. Maybe it's John Harbaugh's bait. And that's like the fake big board on that side and the real ones on the other side. That always like boggles my mind, like how sloppy some people can be with that information. It's like,
all right, here we go. Does Sam take an even bigger lead here? No, wow,
no.
Nate Wiggins. Interesting. Well, he doesn't seem thrilled.
No.
He's like, Mike McDonald left.
My coach is in Seattle.
Yeah.
If I were him, I'd be pumped, dude.
It's a good defense.
Yeah.
It's a good team, just in general.
No kidding.
And for him to be a first rounder too, like he was definitely a fringe first rounder.
Yeah, his 40 time bumped him up. He was blazing fast.
Fucking pulled his hamstring in the process. So,
I know.
Yeah, talented corner. I mean, like super duper fast. Pretty good like cover guy. I wouldn't say he's not big and he's not gonna come up in the run game really for help there, but definitely a pretty good cover guy.
Justin needs to just focus on his soccer match and stop talking smack to me.
They hate us because they ain't us. I can't believe you won again off of that shit.
4 years in a row, dog. Oh, man.
Gonna look to the 2025 draft now to try to get a share of this title again.
It's not happening.
No, it is because I'm literally just going to copy and paste Peter Schrager's mock draft next year.
That's fine, and I'm still gonna beat it.
All right, Brandon's got a prediction here that the Niners are going to pick Cooper DeJean.
He hasn't gone yet, huh?
That'd
Dang
be a
it.
pretty good pick for them.
Yeah, it would.
I think that it's either going to be that or they need line. I don't think it's going to be receiver. I don't think we go Lad here.
I don't know.
All of us were predicting receiver, I think, because we thought Ayuk was going to get traded.
That still could happen. I just think that McConkey is a total Shanahan, McVay, over the middle of the field wide receiver that's like tough to pass up on. I think this is going to be Lad.
Did Peter Schrager have Lad?
Let me check.
I shouldn't even have to ask.
He had Lad McConkey in 1.0, and then he changed it to Adonai Mitchell in 2.0.
Okay. Which AD's still there too, so.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Lad. It's a better fit. See, I didn't copy and paste exactly.
I mean, from one of his mock drafts, you did, but you literally just combine his two mock drafts and then you make it the best that you can.
I basically look at his two. I look at the two mock drafts he puts out. I sprinkle in my thoughts and feelings on top, and then I briefly look at like Daniel Jeremiah.
Yeah.
Bucky Brooks.
Jeremiah's typically pretty plugged in too.
Those are normally the two that I'll look at. And then if Schefter has any like one-off tidbits, because he doesn't really do a mock draft, kind of combine all that into one. But holy shit, Michael Penix Jr. That still is just like.
Oh yeah, I mean that's going to be the talk of
the off season,
like the draft off season. Yeah. Yeah, I can't wait to get on Twitter after this to see what the reaction is to that and see what people in Atlanta are thinking of that too. Like,
dude, number 8.
I can't imagine they're happy. I mean, they needed help on defense.
Have you seen the video of that GM talking to Arthur Blank yet? If you haven't, you should log into Twitter and look at that. Arthur Blank looks like he's like, dude, what did you just do?
What did you just do? What did you do? What did you
and
do?
He's like, the GM's like pointing around the room, like, oh yeah, we're gonna like do this and then do that and then do this. It's like,
no, I addressed the quarterback position. We didn't address that this offseason, right?
Yeah, Mr. Blank. I'm playing chess.
The first one that pops up is a meme of Donald Trump. So, okay, yeah, no, I just
that works.
Yeah, that's he's like trying to select when this is. Yeah, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. See, he can throw this route though, and Kirk can't throw that. We're gonna run a 2 quarterback system, and on any of the deep throws, Michael Penix is gonna come in. All of the comeback routes, Michael Penix is gonna come in. All the over the middle stuff, Kirk's gonna stay in there.
The Trump meme is pretty funny. Falcons GM says, "Sir, we drafted Michael Penix Jr."
Yeah.
Arthur Blank, the owner of the Falcons, says, "We just paid Kirk Cousins $180 million." Falcons GM in Trump's voice. I didn't know that. I'm just hearing this for the first time.
So good.
Oh my God. It's like it's like they freaked out. They're like, oh my God, Michael Penix Jr. is still available at number 8. We got to take him. Holy moly. This is just hilarious. All right, we got 49ers coming in here. Rodgers rolling out to the stage.
You still think it's going to be Lad?
I think there's a good chance it'll be Lad. good for Roger. I mean, he was walking slow from the get-go, and he's made it through.
Yeah. He looks like he's hurting, honestly. But
He does.
he just wants to get through these last 2 picks.
Wow.
Whoa.
Really? Over Ladd? I don't see that one bit.
That's some crazy draft capital. That'll shake up some dynasty rankings.
Yeah, it will. Big time. Ricky Pearsall to
Ricky
the
Pearsall.
49ers.
Over AD, over Ladd.
That's shocking to me, to be
That's
honest.
pretty, yeah. I've seen Ricky in the first, but all those guys I think had gone.
Yeah. All right, so
That's
Justin
crazy.
Justin can get a share of the title here if Adonai Mitchell goes to Buffalo. Seems likely.
He's there. That seems likely.
I
Okay,
think that's
you might
who
have to share your
Buffalo.
title. You might have to share your title, Sam.
I'm used to it. I shared it last year, didn't I?
No, I think it was 3 years ago. I don't think it was even. I think he won outright the last 2 years.
That's right. I won. Yeah.
I'll re-upload this. My computer crapped out for a second, so I'll get our draft back up here in a second. For the 7 listeners that are still out there, thanks for hanging with us, guys.
Yeah. It's been a good
Really
crowd
appreciate the
tonight.
support. Really good comment section today too, so
Busy.
appreciate it as always. If you haven't already, which I'm sure you probably have, but
Probably.
make sure that you're subscribed to us on whatever medium you listen to your podcast on. We obviously run a podcast as well that we upload in the off season, probably once a month, but during the season, once a week, maybe once every other week, depending on how things are going. So definitely football centric, but we do talk all Seattle sports. Hey, Kraken made a great TV decision today.
Yeah, they did.
They are going to be broadcasting their games on King 5 and Kong TV for free, which I think all of us would have voted that that's what they should have done. Oh, wow, Carolina's on the clock now.
Oh.
So they traded up. So could this still be AD? This still could be AD.
Yeah, it could be.
All right. Sorry, I need to share this. All right, there we go. So the one chance here, we have one pick left. Now it's Panthers. So Buffalo's going to be the first pick tomorrow. They must like at least 2 or 3 of these receivers that they feel good about just trading down. They're fine. If AD goes, they'll pick Ladd or vice versa.
Yeah. My guess is that Carolina
or Xavier Legette.
Receiver.
Do they like Xavier Legette here?
They could.
What if they go Jalen Polk?
That'd be sick if they did.
That would be cool. I mean, it would be a terrible landing spot for him, but that'd be cool.
Yeah. This is interesting. It could also be Jackson Powers Johnson. But why would you?
I mean, they need help across the board. They need to.
Could be anybody.
They need to do something on the offensive end to, help out Bryce Young, though.
Yeah. So they basically moved up one spot and swapped a 2024 5th and 6th round pick. I'm surprised Buffalo's. Yeah. I think after that 49ers pick, I bet you Buffalo didn't have Pearsall on their big board for wide receivers.
Yeah.
So once Pearsall went, I'm sure Buffalo was like, yeah, man.
I'm just surprised that Carolina traded up for it, though.
They
I guess they must love AD. I think it's going to be AD.
Yeah.
Because I think Buffalo takes AD if
Buffalo's probably sitting there like, we'll take Ladd or AD. We don't care.
Yep. Or maybe they like Xavier Legette too. I don't know.
Legette is just.
I get it, but he's an athletic freak. He's similar to DK coming out. Like that's
he's
his
not
best
as big. That's what was surprising to me. Is like everybody he was listed everywhere as like 6'3", 230, and it's like, no, he's 6 foot.
Yeah, no, he's shorter for sure than DK is,
but he's
built
Yeah.
like and an athletic freak and contested catch guy for sure.
I'd
Which
say
I think
he's too much of a one-hit
fits.
wonder.
Yeah, I get it.
I mean, what? He's a fourth year breakout.
Mm-hmm. Yep,
That's
he's
tough.
had one good year, but he also was like a 2 or 3 star recruit, I think, like, and worked his way up. So
Yeah.
one of those like grinder type guys as well. All right. Roger
Final
made it
pick.
through. This went quick, even though it was 4 hours. Like, this just goes so quick every year.
Yeah, it felt pretty fast. All right, there you go.
Yep. I'm telling you that's been mocked a lot that they would go him 33. I'm surprised they felt like they had to trade up for him.
Yeah, that's bizarre. That's
Carolina.
bad move.
That's Carolina boneheaded shit. Like that's
Like,
just what they
tell
do.
me tell me the difference between Jonathan Mingo and Xavier Legette. I'm waiting.
Yeah.
Nothing.
No shit.
Physical specimens, not polished wide receivers, had one good year in college.
Yeah.
Same exact player. And that's coming from somebody who has Jonathan Mingo on their roster in fantasy football.
So you have to think that AD Mitchell's probably going to Buffalo here at 33 tomorrow.
I'm shocked that AD Mitchell didn't go off in the first round after running a 4.35.
Yeah.
That
I mean, I think
quite a
the
bit.
biggest thing with him is just production.
Yeah. No, I get
But
that.
I think you could blame quarterback play on that too. Like, Quinn Ewers is not that good. He's obviously a hot name, but he's not that good.
Right.
So, I think he could be pretty good in the NFL if he has the right fit. I think he'd be a good fit for Buffalo.
It'll be interesting. So tomorrow we got Buffalo, Patriots, Cardinals, Commanders, Chargers, Titans, Panthers, Commanders, Packers, Houston.
That's right. Houston didn't have a first round pick either. They had traded that to Arizona.
Yeah. If you're looking at the best available going into day 2, you've got Cooper DeJean from Iowa still on the board.
Another surprise.
Defensive tackle from Illinois. Kool-Aid McKinstry didn't go off from Alabama, the corner. Adonai Mitchell, Lad McConkey, a couple wide receivers. Keon Coleman, if you want to throw him in that group. Ennis Rakestraw, corner from Missouri. And then, Jonathan Brooks is going to end up somewhere probably in round 2, definitely in round 3, if not.
Yeah. Trey Benson could be in there as well.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, for our fantasy purposes, where these running backs land. Brooks, Benson, Jalen Wright had a great combine. Where does he end up? Mm-hmm. Corum was obviously, hyper productive in college.
Marshawn Lloyd
translates. Yeah. So that'll be interesting. For your Seattle Seahawks, it's probably going to be a little bit of a boring day tomorrow.
Yeah, I can't imagine anything that would. They'd literally have to trade either DK, I think, or Tariq to get into the second round.
I mean,
I'd be shocked by both of those. I think.
I don't think we're getting rid of DK. There's just no way.
Yeah, I'd be shocked.
I could potentially see us shipping off Woolen
Tariq.
If McDonald feels like he's not a good fit schematically, and he's going to draft his replacement like a Cooper DeJean or Kool-Aid or something.
Yeah, Kool-Aid's still there. So
yeah, like if you could trade up into the early part of the second round by moving Woolen for Kool-Aid McKinstry.
You
I think
probably
it's
still have to get,
possible.
but I think you'd probably still have to get like a 6th rounder plus
Maybe it might be worth
Tariq.
it.
But yeah, no, it probably would be.
And I feel like if that's a move that someone like Mike McDonald's going to make for his defense, you kind of got to give him benefit of the doubt.
Yep. You got to trust him and see what happens.
Yeah.
Well, that was quite the first round. I can't say it was as explosive as we thought it was going to be. Yeah.
Crown him.
Congratulations, Sam, again.
Crown him.
We might as well just have Sam lead these mock drafts in the future, and just we might just put
8.
you on solo next year.
I got 8 right. That's pretty good.
What's the point of Jester and I even filling out a mock draft at this point?
I don't know. This is why I copy and paste mine in last minute, because got to protect the trade secrets.
I thought way too much about mine.
You definitely did a lot of trades.
I did a lot of trades.
Didn't get a single extra credit point for all of your trades.
I did a lot of trades.
Was there that really?
I put my eggs in that basket. Yeah, none of the trades that I predicted happened.
Yeah. That McCarthy one kind of threw you off.
Yeah, that was like, I mean, even the Drake May part, like when I thought that Minnesota was going to trade up.
Yeah.
Like that's where everything started for me. But you know, to get 7 right still, that's what I get. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Tyler Rowland.
2, 3.
Next
4,
year, y'all can't use any outside
7
sources.
right, yeah.
That's all this is. This is like we
literally just a composition of mock drafts. Yeah.
Yeah. We read and we research other people's work, and then we kind of like filter and sift through what we think actually makes sense, and boom, that's what you get.
We don't have time. We're both fathers, dude. We don't have time on our hands to be watching tape like these guys do.
Yeah, I got no sources other than Peter Schrager.
Other than Peter Schrager, literally copy and paste Peter Schrager. But yeah, that's
Dude,
it.
I didn't copy and paste.
Pretty close. Last 10 picks he did.
No, I didn't.
Combination of his 2.
Okay, maybe a little bit.
He also did have like what JC Latham going to the Chargers and stuff, I think. So yeah.
Yeah. My top 10 was pretty much copy and paste. Outside of a McCarthy.
Served you pretty well.
Yeah.
Well, gonna be fascinating what the Seahawks do the rest of this draft. There's a lot of talent left on the board. As it pertains to fantasy as well too. If you're into that kind of thing, especially like just dynasty fantasy football.
Yeah.
Going into rookie draft season, it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the 2nd and 3rd round, who gets the draft capital, where the landing spots are for some of these talented receivers and running backs that are still on the board. Yeah. Could be interesting. I think, you look through this, like, Besides Penix, like, God, does like the Penix pick like screw up his dynasty value? I feel like it does.
Right now, yeah, big time. Like he might be there for me at 203.
He might,
and if he is, I'm taking him.
He might be.
I'm just saying, if Penix got 8th pick overall draft capital in a situation where he's going to play right away, I might consider him at 6.
Oh, he might go before that, but yeah.
Yeah. But the fact that he's in this weird situation with Kirk Cousins is like, he might not see the field for years.
Yeah. It's just wild, man.
So his fantasy value is really messed up.
What does Atlanta do? Like it's not like they were a playoff team. Like they need
I can't wait
across the board
to like hear their post-draft presser. Like, what is that guy's going to get some tough questions at GM?
Is like Penix excited to go into that situation? He had to have been hoping for a place that he could actually compete for a starting job, right?
I think he's probably bittersweet. Like on the one hand, you went top 10 in the NFL draft.
Yeah.
After everything
And he's
been
close to
through,
home, like you said.
close to home, in a dome, like
Yeah.
knowing Penix, like no disrespect to Kirk Cousins, but like if you think Penix doesn't think he's going to win that starting job, like
Sure.
he for sure thinks he's going to be the better quarterback.
Yeah, I mean,
You can argue that, and Kirk Cousins, I mean,
I would. Yes.
yeah, but I mean, I think that the caveat there is like Achilles injuries. No,
Yeah, he's coming off of that for sure.
that's a big deal.
They paid him a lot of money to come off of that, but yeah,
Yeah,
it's another discussion, I guess.
yeah. That Penix conversation is going to be a big one for a long time, unless there's like some additional context that comes out in the next week or so, and everybody's like, "Oh, okay, that makes sense now."
I don't even know what that would be though. Like, what would that be?
If they trade him,
I just, I guess
no, I
they'd
have no
like
idea,
literally
man.
the only team that would take him right now is I think Vegas.
Vegas, yeah, yeah.
Which that's like an in-division trade, so like I mean you're asking for a haul.
But like what doesn't make sense to me is if Atlanta was in the mindset of like, oh, we're just gonna take your guy and hold you hostage. Like Vegas is just like plays the flip side of that coin. It's like you're the one that's the idiot that took a quarterback with $180 million tied up in a veteran. Like we're gonna pay you pennies on the dollar for him now. Like you can't, you know what I mean? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I don't get it. It's such a weird feeling because it's like one of those things that you're thrilled for Penix that he was the first UW player taken, that he went top 10. Like no one really had him going top 10, right? In their mocks.
Right. Nobody.
He was the fourth quarterback off the board. Like in all intents and purposes, he lands in a great spot as far as just like the offense and like the talent around him.
Yeah.
But there's this huge barricade in front of him with $180 million quarterback and Kirk Cousins. Like,
yeah,
it's like, man, you want to see someone like him play right away. He just seems
ready to go.
He seems ready. He seems ready, you know. I don't know. Gonna be fascinating. We'll see how that. It's gonna be one to unpack for sure.
Oh, Brandon is doing some research for us.
Yeah.
Falcons GM was just on SportsCenter saying Cousins is the starter and Penix is for the future. All right, man.
Like, yeah. We might look like idiots in 2 years. Maybe he's going to be like that much better because he sat behind Kirk Cousins for 2 years. But
I mean, I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying, like, if you're the GM, this is something you get fired over because, like,
top 10,
you
top
got
8.
a number 8 pick. Like, there was nobody else on that board that could help you win in the next 2 years with the roster that you currently have.
Mm-hmm. And Kirk Cousins at quarterback, who's not a bad quarterback. Like,
right. That's my point. It's like you could have gone any defensive player. You could have grabbed a top lineman, tackle, guard. Could have grabbed another wide receiver.
I'm not saying that John Schneider's the best GM, but he's not that fucking stupid.
No. Oh, man.
That's crazy.
Well,
yeah. It's going to be interesting to see what the draft, like dynasty draft implications are of that.
I know. We'll have to do some mocks tomorrow and see what's going on.
I'm sure that his, like, again, like the draft capital would suggest that he would increase in value, but the landing spot has to decrease in value. Like he's got to be an early second rounder at this point.
If that's what the GM is saying, like he's going to ride the pine for 2 to 3 years, like you can't be taking that quarterback in the first round.
Yeah.
So we shall see.
Right. Well,
ready to call it.
Yeah, I mean, what a fun night. It's always one of our favorites of the year. Yeah, we'll have probably some kind of recap episode here for the rest of the Hawks draft in the next couple of weeks, I imagine.
Yeah.
All of us are attending the UW spring game next Friday.
Yep.
So we might have some commentary on that as well in the next episode. And yeah, I like these live episodes, man. Like we gotta think of another way to integrate these live episodes into our repertoire, just because I think the audience enjoys it. It's good fan engagement, good audience engagement, and we just like being, on camera in front of you wearing these awesome sweatshirts.
I know.
If you guys want a sweatshirt, no one won one today, but I did get a couple interest possibly in the comments about possibly purchasing one. So we'll address those people. If you guys are interested, just contact us and we can get you one. They're really not expensive, like literally $30. So $30 for a sweatshirt. That's all it is. So we'll think of more contests in the future though, so we can give one away maybe in the future. All right. Anything else, Sam?
Nope. 4-time champ. 4 up, 4 down. See you next year.
God damn, dude. Again, why do we even do this? I don't
know.
All right. Well, thanks for listening, everyone. If you haven't already, make sure you like the video and make sure you subscribe to us on YouTube. If we do go live in this setting again, you'll get notified if you click that bell notification as well. In other mediums, make sure you're subscribed to us on any kind of podcast platform that you listen to. Again, we talk all Seattle sports, but we are football centric, mostly UW and Seahawks on the podcast. Mariners first place in the AL West, I will say.
Watch out for some Mariners combo.
Teasing that
could be happening.
Maybe they're not nothing. Maybe they're not nothing. We were very down on them on our last episode after a week in the season. So
April's turning around. It's turning around.
Long way to go there. But thanks for listening, guys. We appreciate you guys joining tonight. And have a good night.
See ya.